Shop. Before we proceed, I'd like to acknowledge that the city of Maple Ridge carries out its business on the traditional and unceded territory of the Katzie First Nation and the Kwantlen First Nation. Did you want to add anything, Mr. Patrick?
No, sir. You're doing great.
Okay, good. First thing on the agenda is approval of the agenda. Moved by Councillor Duick, seconded by Councillor Youssef. All those in favor? It is unanimous. Thank you very much. We're going to start off right away with item 3.1 of our 2023 to 2027 corporate plan. And we have Ms. Crabtree. Not Ms. Crabtree. We have Mr. Thompson.
Let's jump right in and do a quick recap before we get into capital. So just making sure that's on. Thank you. Test again.
Oh, geez, the control panel is on a different computer, so just 1 second.
Of course. Use your feature.
Technical issues.
Test again. Test. Again, is that working better? No, it isn't.
Try tapping the mic. There you go.
Okay. Can you turn? So I'll speak loudly and hopefully it picks it up on one mic or another. That's
there you go. There you go.
Excellent. Thank you, Mayor and Council. So I know third day straight. Appreciate the smiling faces. Just a quick recap on where we are. And again, this slide is kind of the what and the how, you know, the roles of the respected folks around the table and behind me. What I would like to highlight is, you know, business planning is the time that we almost invite you into the how a bit. You know, we get into the details. So I appreciate, you know, your approach and the types of the questions we've had. It really does speak to the fact that, you know, council set a strategic plan, has some direction and set us up well for business planning. So we have had some presentations on our work plans, and really that is where we're at now. And thank you. All right. So on presentations, we're looking at capital this morning, followed by the overview report of the financial plan by CAA. And then we'll get into deliberations of council. And out of that deliberations, we want some clear direction on what to include in the financial plan, because that'll be coming to you very soon. So you'll see that shortly. That'll take really the form of what tier of incrementals. And of course, the tier 3 will be a bit more of a conversation I appreciate around some of accelerating our key priorities. And I know CK will speak to these again, and I know they'll come up again at the end as we get into deliberations. But I would like to highlight these key priorities in tier 3 in one form or another. They'll be back in front of council, and you know, the key priorities that are within them are imminent items, whether it's the de-integration, investment in financials and the like. So you'll see these in one form or another, and we'll have some conversations around those incrementals. So what's next is the financial plan bylaw. So the actual city budget gets prepared after those deliberations and direction, and accompanying that is the property tax rates. Now, council can amend the financial plan at any time. They can't amend the property taxes at any time. So the two are accompanied, and we report against the budget that gets adopted just prior to the tax rates. But again, items of significance, such as the $16.5 million, can be amended and included in future financial plans. We'll speak to more of those items briefly shortly. So timeframes, There's a feedback period on this material. And of course, the binders themselves, the business plan, the corporate plan, all of the overview report and the capital listing and the like are public documents available through this meeting. And there's several opportunities for public feedback. We'll wrap all of those items up when we return to council on April 16th or 18th, sorry. Given the quick turnaround time between the 14th and the 18th, that may be summarized in a PowerPoint presentation, but it'll certainly accompany the bylaws when they comes back on the 25th and looking for final reading on the 9th. So with respect to where we are on kind of the process, does council have any questions, time frame wise, otherwise?
Okay, so we'll open it up. Again, we have a few more presentations coming to us this morning. Is there any questions or comments from what we've seen up to date that Mr. Thompson can speak to? Seeing no questions. Oh, Councillor Chan.
Thanks, Mayor. Just a quick question about the process for today. During the financial review report, are we going to get a rundown of the CACs and the reserve fund?
So good question. My very next slide, I've got a bit of a piece to pick up some of the questions that were raised yesterday and some of the commentary. So I'll dive into that briefly before getting into capital. And then, of course, all of our reserves are included in the overview report, including the unencumbered balances, so the amounts that we don't have already commitments against. So we'll speak briefly to those now, and then see how it shapes up within the capital program, because it adds a little bit of flavor of what those reserves are used for and some of those projections. If that
Thank you.
suffices for now.
Thanks, Mayor.
Thank you. Seeing no further questions, thank you very much. You can continue on with your presentation.
Thank you. All right, so here is some of those general comments on financial planning, kind of wrapping up some of the comments that council has had. So this is a bit of an ad lib slide for me. When we're talking about financial planning, and I mentioned that we have some financial strength, some flexibility. That really comes in a couple of ways. It comes through our financial policies and our business planning process and some of our administrative approach to making decisions. It also comes through our reserves. So we do have some money for different purposes. They're kind of laid out in different forms. Some of them are more restrictive and some of them are less restrictive. So really what I'd like to focus council on is looking at what their priorities are, and then we'll leverage all our financial policies and other policies such as CAC rates and the like to align to what we want to deliver. We have in the past looked at, if we do a financial model for park and rec infrastructure of 100 million, what does that look like? So we have all these conversations about this plan of 100 million, and then we've set parameters around something already. So really what we'd like to see is those master plans, the implementation plans be flushed out a little bit before we start talking about how do we fund it. So that's not an answer to all questions about money, but the bigger pieces, we really want to understand what council's priorities are, and then how we go about delivering that is kind of the back end of putting some financial models together that speaks to capacity really. So specifically with respect to CACs, we haven't planned on drawing a whole lot out of it in the capital planning that's coming next. We do have a bunch of master plans that will look to those funds to advance. So CACs, the community amenity charges, they vary year to year. So we may have a heavy year. I think last year was about $1.7 million of collections. And in totality, we have about $7 million in our CAC balance. Some of that is directed specifically about 1.1 million for affordable housing. Right? We've put some parameters around that, and the balance follows a broader policy which includes a whole gamut of pieces listed within that policy. So there's some flexibility with respect to that and some capacity to address some of those key initiatives. So we do have some flexibility when it comes to master plans and the speed that we can implement those. That being said, part of the money that's earmarked for the CACs is the ice sheet. There's about $1.5 million earmarked. That's items that were previously approved, not necessarily going to be shown in our capital program because we're forward-looking pieces. We don't know exactly what that will cost. That was costed out quite some time ago. So the balance in the CACs help provide some of those flexibility as we get into scoping out that project in its entirety. So I hope that provides a little bit of context. And if you look at specifically, excuse me, I think it was page 25 and 26 in the package. It shows what our reserves are. You know, it's not, not bags of money that are hidden under the desk as some, in the past have talked about it. But it is really a form of financial strength for the city to proceed. So with that, broad comments, I'll get into the capital program and talk about a little bit about the structure of the capital program and how we fund whatever that program is and some of the mechanisms that are there. And then we'll hear from each of the areas that are actually building the assets and get a little bit more flavor of what's within the capital program. This picture comes from the FCM, and they actually have a video that we've shown in the past, and I think council has seen it. So here's just the snapshot on the front of the video. And really what it does is it depicts all of the items, both above ground and below ground, that the city has to maintain, build with respect to new growth. And this one's kind of interesting in that, you've got the cutoff, and that's kind of ties well into the fact that we're part of the region. If you get your water and sewer largely supplied from and dealt with at the regional level, similar with transportation. So it shows a lot of the pressures. Certainly we have an aging infrastructure, and we'll get into that a little bit as well. You've heard some of the pressures with respect to aging facilities and the like. We have a program around that. It is a long-term strategy, and it's been something that's well, we'll get into that when we get into the funding. But I think this depicts well some of the pressures and some of the expectations that are there. I mean, the kids playing in the corner, they don't care how much we spend on water. They care that, when they turn the sprinkler on, it works. So we'll look at the capital program in a couple of different ways. Here is the investment in thousands. So we're talking in 2023, $51 million investment in our infrastructure. The first section, general government, is kind of a catch-all of a few items. We'll get into some of the detail shortly. And really that is for others to speak to. So I'll speak to it through a different lens. The same $51.6 million as a way of funding. So I'll take a little bit of time here. There's a few items that are linked. So the general revenue funding for a capital is property taxes. We have a certain amount that we've set aside each year, a certain percentage of property taxes. And if we plan to spend more than that, we balance that through the capital works reserve. And you'll see that as we get into the reserve projections. So we don't necessarily fine tune it down to the exact amount of funding that's available. We use our reserves to balance those out year to year. The next item is debt, and that's really a function of capacity. So we have a drainage project, a pump station in Hammond, that we don't have sufficient funds set aside yet in our drainage improvement funding for, but it can service the debt. So we're looking to borrow $10 million there. A good portion of that project is also funded through development cost charges. and that'll be paid back over time as well. The capital works reserve, we tend not to draw a lot of projects out of. We tend to have that through the general revenue, and only look at specific projects that don't necessarily fit within our normal confines of funding for the capital. The next one of size. So I guess I should mention that the community amenity reserve, there is a small amount, and that's actually an additional contribution from somebody, developers that we're planning on spending. So we're not drawing from the typical collections. Development cost charges. This is one of our largest funding items, of course, and council is well aware we're going through the review of the rates to increase those rates to fund our infrastructure. So it varies year to year. You can see in 2023, it's less than half of what it is in 2025. And that's really a function of the planned projects. So, a large project such as the 240th Street Bridge will create a heavy year of draw of our DCCs. The drainage improvement I mentioned earlier, we had a levy that was in place for some number of years. That generates about $2 million a year of funding for drainage improvements. So that'll be spent sporadically. So you can see there's the 766,000 spending in the first year, and then more than our typical levy in the second year. The equipment replacement reserve, these are reserves set up to replace our existing infrastructure. And we have a couple of different categories of this reserve, some that are dedicated to our fleet, some that are dedicated to our technology, and specifically one for our fire department. And the gaming policy has some investments in capital and within its policy. One piece I'll spend a little bit more time on the next slide is the reliance of funding from others. That's the grants, the local area services, and the third party. The infrastructure sustainability reserve, this is funding that's been in place or that we started increasing back in 2008. So it has varied in its magnitude of increase, but it started out as a 1% levy to fund or replace our existing infrastructure. And I think the lastly, probably the items to highlight is the water and sewer capital fund. So our water and sewer we treat as a separate utility. So just the water and sewer ratepayers pay into that utility, and this funds the capital that's within Maple Ridge. So let's talk a little bit about our reserves, and we do this analysis on all our reserves. Capital Works Reserve is one of the larger ones and has some decently flushed out policies around the use and some of the minimum balances. It is one of our larger reserves. So cash infusion wise, it's about $1 million a year of the general revenue fund. So that's the taxation. A number of years ago, we front-ended some costs with respect to pool renovations that we didn't have sufficient funds in the infrastructure replacement yet built. So we're paying back the reserve for those investments. The reference to the repayment of the film aspect, you'll see a project within the capital listing for powering up the previous log sort down at the Haney waterfront, and we're looking to repay that investment through revenues over time. So that's what that line is. I mentioned that the general capital fund, for general revenue, we don't necessarily balance every year. So there's a balancing item within this capital program, or the Capital Works Reserve. This year it's about a draw of about $470,000. Next year we have a little bit more capital planned. Again, we revisit the capital program every year. So the next 4 years will shift based on council's priorities and likely some of the implementation plans around strategic master plans. So this reserve, we do have some capacity at the end of the day. So there's an ending balance of about $14 million. this reserve, we have a policy around a minimum balance, and it's a big number. You know, it's about $10 million. It's 10% of prior year's taxes. The reason we have this is an emergency fund. If we have real impact to our infrastructure, so whether a road gets washed out, something that's not necessarily insured, or maybe the insurance covers replacement of, but it doesn't make sense to just replace it. It makes sense to upsize it at the time, or the like. So we have some funds to deal with impacts to our infrastructure. So 10 million is a big number. When you look at our infrastructure, it's a very small number. If we have $2 billion of infrastructure, that's really just a drop in the bucket of that impact. So we have some unencumbered balance, about $4 or $5 million as we get into the next couple of years of the plan. And that really speaks to the ability to maneuver if costs come in higher, and the like. So there is some capacity there. Infrastructure sustainability. This is something that's kind of ingrained in long-term financial planning. It is really taking care of our balance sheet, taking care of our assets. Over time, this builds. This is tied to property tax increases. There's also some other funding that has come in through this over time. Some of that's replacement pieces for rationale of reducing the tax increase. I think the important piece here is to see that we're funding this $8 billion, a sizable piece of our infrastructure replacement needs, and it grows by the end of the plan just over 12 million. To put this in perspective, if on average our assets last 40, 50 years on $2 billion, we're talking $40 or $50 million of annual need to keep our infrastructure at the same level. This isn't the only funding that we spend on our infrastructure. I mentioned the equipment replacement reserve that also replaces our infrastructure. But that's to say we have a long ways to go with respect to funding our infrastructure, replacement of, and kind of, not burdening our future generations. But not to be alarmist, our infrastructure is relatively young. And again, every time I say that, it becomes less true. We are adding a lot to our infrastructure. So this number, the $2 billion will increase, and the needs to have a funding strategy to eventually replace those investments will also exist. Here's a very busy slide. This is the capital funded by others. So what I'd like to highlight is a couple of the larger items. The 240th Street Bridge, for instance, is in the plan. The bulk of it is in 2026 as we get into the construction side of things, and this will be contingent on securing grants, senior levels of government funding, $37 million of reliance on others. Failure to do so, and still proceed with the project would be fairly expensive. We would have to lean very heavily on development. So I think what's important here is, we get the project shovel ready, and we advocate, and adjust the timing as we need to. There's some other investments that are more secured in the way of time frame and the funding. There's a bunch of lines there for the local area service. Really, that's a placeholder. That's where neighborhoods will come to staff and say, we want to have an improvement, whether that's taking our older neighborhood and adding street lights or something like that wasn't standard of the day. So there's a placeholder for that, and that's all that is. So that's the funding side of capital. I'd be happy to answer any questions or address any comments with respect to that. I know that's not the exciting part of the capital program. That's coming next.
I don't know, I see a whole bunch of numbers and it gets me going. So let's open up the floor to questions. Councillor Tan.
Thanks, Mayor Rumi. I was trying to understand my way around this. That previous slide, CFO percentage, what does CFO stand for?
Contributions from other,
Okay.
or
And-
yeah,
And so, for example, the first line, so they contribute 61%, we contribute the rest,
correct.
is what that's saying.
You
Okay,
got it.
okay. And some slides ago, there was something about TransLink funding and also the recycling reserve.
Sure.
Could you walk me through this? So is this saying that we pay TransLink or TransLink pays us?
This is money coming from TransLink.
Okay. So they contribute to us $760,000 a year?
So there's a couple of different funding streams through TransLink. This is a specific grant piece. So there's also a major road network that we receive money for maintenance. This is a bit of a different breed. This is where we apply for a grant, things like active transportation pieces. I think you probably have some better examples.
Thank you. A good example would be the 117th Avenue multi-use path where TransLink applied for that. So there is monies that come to us on a proportion basis, and then there's also competitive grants that we apply for. So there's two sources on that side. Plus, as Mr. Thompson said, we get money for the maintenance per lane kilometer of the major road network for every kilometer. So, for example, Judy Trunk Road, there's 4 lanes, so we get so much per kilometer, per lane kilometer for that as well. So there's multiple inputs into the financial plan from TransLink. Thank you.
Thank you. That's useful. And my other question around this was the recycling reserve. So could you explain that one, please, as well?
Certainly. So I'll step back a bit and talk about the reserve first, and then I'll talk about what the plan draw is and kind of the process around that. So the recycling reserve we actually treat similar to water and capital in that we put all of the operations into a utility. So all of the operations of the recycling aspect, rate collection and associated expenses flow through that reserve, as does the capital expenditures. What is earmarked there, and it does require some work still and some discussion with council on, is expansion to the facility with respect to the depot itself. So that is an item that would be fleshed out a little bit in more detail with council before proceeding, but it is something that the Recycling Society has brought forward, and we do have within our capital plan we have had similar type investments in similar. This is a larger investment than we have in the past with respect to infrastructure down at the depot. So again, would be something that council would certainly have some impact and some discussion around what that facility looks like.
Thank you. And my last question for you, Mr. Mayor, just not on this slide, but just curious about our density bonusing program. Do those funds go into the general pot, or does it go into a specific pot?
Thank you. So there's two pieces, and I'll take a high level comment on it, and then I'll probably pass it over to the folks that have architect the structure of it. But so the CACs have 3 elements to them. The community amenity charges, and one of them is a true density bonus with respect to the Albion area, and that is kept. Those funds are kept separate and invested in the Albion area. The most significant investment on that front, of course, was the Albion Community Center, and that's where the bulk and actually the entire funds that we had collected at the time went to. So that was the density bonus. We do have a separate piece for affordable housing, and then the more general community amenity charge with respect to the larger policy, and I'll look to staff to add anything if that makes sense.
Good morning. I don't actually have too much more to add to that, other than just to remind council that as a component of the second phase of the Coriolis work, we will be doing a comprehensive review of the CAC and density bonus program, because it was created quite piecemeal. We did our first density bonus down in the Albion area. Those rates are quite low, and we know we need to go in and take a look at those. And then we introduced it into the multifamily zones. And then we tweaked it again to clarify that a certain percentage of, I believe it was density bonusing within the town center, was then going to be allocated to a fund. But we haven't had an opportunity to step back and look at it comprehensively. So we'll be doing that this year.
Thank you. And just to riff off of that, the affordable housing section of the fund for CACs, and I think I recall you saying there's about 1.1 million in that. What are the parameters around that spending?
I'm going by memory here, but I believe it was structured to essentially have the money go into a fund, and then the money would be spent at council's discretion. And I seem to recall it talked about you could develop your own some sort of affordable housing project, or it would be possible to provide funds to another nonprofit housing provider, but it was entirely structured to be used at the discretion of council.
Thank you. And then to make sure I understand the deposits into that fund, is that there's just a percentage of CACs collected go into the affordable housing section?
My recollection, and I'm a little rusty on it, was that where we used density bonus in the town center, it was those funds that were to be directed to affordable housing.
Thank you. Thanks, Mayor Remy.
Thank you very much. We're going to move to Councillor Youssef, then Councillor Duick.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Thompson, for the enthralling presentation. Just real quick on this slide, when we're looking at the police reserve fund, the heavy draw that's occurring in 24 and 25, is that to mitigate the integration costs? Am I reading that correctly?
Thank you. Through the chair. So just looking down the police services reserve, we're talking so $16,000 draw, $28,000 draw, and $20,000 draw. These are very small draws associated with capital within the police services. So probably desks and the like. So nothing. So this reserve would and likely will be leveraged to help with phasing of the deintegration, but it's not part of the capital program.
My apologies.
That's fine.
I misread it. I was thinking 28 million, not 28,000. Okay. Now through the chair to Mr. Thompson, I just didn't hear what the debt of 10 million in 24 was going to be used for. My bad ears. Sorry. Can you repeat that?
Of course. So it's the Hammond pump station.
Hammond pump station. Okay. And then when we're looking at the 546,000 coming into the core development, where would that funding come from?
Sure. So these are planned spend from that reserve to deal with some infrastructure replacement pieces of the tower. So I think there's a list of 5 or 6 like HVAC units and the like. So it's really is infrastructure replacement.
Okay, thank you for that. Now moving forward to the last slide that we had on here, where we were purchasing equipment. Just going back. It was actually the one with equipment purchasing, maybe the one prior.
Oh, sorry.
Funding. Where did
So likely is that the equipment replacement reserve?
yes.
It's about halfway down this slide.
And there was a mention of a mobile stage. That's not the correct slide.
So I think what I'll if I can,
Please.
park the individual questions about the infrastructure to the folks that are presenting on it. And just they'll be able to answer it much better than I would.
Thank you. I easily do that. For the construction of the 240th bridge, we have to wait until 2026. Is there any way of expediting the project since we're this far down the line on it?
Through the chair, the exercise to design the bridge and to get approvals and to go through the procurement process is considerable, given the magnitude of that project. So we think that is a reasonable timeline. Thank you.
Fair enough. Thank you for that. And lastly, just a quick comment on Abernathy Way. I'm surprised that TransLink is only kicking in 7% of the cost. I would imagine that as part of the major road network, and this is something that would be more to serve the entire community, that TransLink would be putting in a bit more than 7% of the cost of the project, if I'm reading this correctly. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Those are my questions and comments.
I'm thinking about this piece, and I don't have the details, but it's really difficult to secure grant funding multiple years down the road. And I think the TransLink pieces, we actually tune in to exactly what we have secured. But I'd look to others to confirm.
Mr. Pollock?
I think in general sense, we will certainly be pursuing additional funds. It's recognized, I believe, at the regional level and with TransLink that the import for not only Maple Ridge, but the northeast sector in the region to connect or to complete Abernathy Way. So we will certainly be pursuing that. I think that will also create a discussion generally around what is currently our major road network in the city, because it is based upon a certain layout. If we construct Abernathy Way and 240th Street, that may change it, and it may give us the opportunity to resource additional funds. But certainly we will be going after TransLink for a larger contribution as we get more information about the project. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Duick. Withholding your comment. Got it. Councillor Schiller.
Thank you, Mayor Remy. There's a lot here for me to wrap my head around, but one piece that I would just like to hear about a little bit, Mr. Thompson, is the recent grant from the province. Just wondering if you can share any experiences in the past when the municipality has received this sort of outside funding. I'm just trying to better understand like how we would approach trying to make the best decisions about that funding. Like how to use it in the best way.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I ought to have spoken a little bit more about this grant funding, and I know the slide mentions that it's excluded, and teased that it's coming back in front of council shortly. We, as a capital planning group, went through an exercise of exactly that, understanding what what this could advance, what this could maybe do that we couldn't otherwise do. So we looked at a bunch of projects and actually had a listing, and we're looking to incorporate that into the capital program and in front of you today. And then we get a little more detail on the rules. So we didn't quite know the landscape at that time. So as we go through the presentations, you'll see Forrest is itemized a few items that we're targeting for that grant. We're just taking a bit of a pause to understand, now that they've opened up the ability to fund land out of it, if all of these items are still the items that we put forward. So there was a process around, what can this leverage? What can we advance in a program? We've got a 5-year plan. Clearly what's in the plan is our priorities. So it advanced a few of those items. We also have, master plans that are, very close to being, having an implementation plan around them. Some of them, a little bit further away. So there's some items in there that we were looking at. So I think probably get a tease of that with the pieces that are coming. But there was a fair bit of discussion on, what can move the city forward. And and answer your direct question with respect to, what have we done in the past? We haven't seen $16.5 million in the past without the strings tied. It's typically been specific projects, pieces that we've, really pushed for. This is a broad infusion of stimulus, and it's a bit unique.
Great. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Tan. Before, are there any other for the first round? Seeing none, Councillor Tan, second round.
Thanks, Mayor Rumi. That affordable housing fund, is it operating or capital?
So it is. So maybe I'll first mention that it's within another fund, so you won't see it in the listing on the page 25. If we put every item in a specific reserve, it'd be many pages. Sorry, was that affordable housing or the climate piece?
Sorry, within the CAC.
In the CAC. So it's within our restricted reserves. So it's actually a different category of items. So it is in our financials in a separate area. So I think that actually falls on page 26 of the overview report. So it is in its separate fund. It is because the parameters set around the collections were different. It is a separate fund, and it's fund within CACs.
So can I use that for capital or operating or both? I'm sorry if I'm not, I just couldn't clue into what you were saying there.
Sure. So I think the parameters were broadly set around affordable housing. So I think there's different avenues that council could look at with respect to this, whether we look at land, look at incentives, there's a whole gamut of pieces. I think what might make some sense is to look at all the tools that you have available and policies, because the policies will be much more effective than $1 million, quite honestly. So if you're looking at the bigger picture of things, I think that might be a recommended approach, but there's very little parameters around if it's operating or capital, or if it's an incentive to a developer or the like. And I don't think I'm speaking out of the parameters that were kind of set up. Just look to confirm.
Yeah. So the way the density bonus was set up, it's embedded in the zoning bylaw, and there's a base density. And as soon as an applicant wants to exceed the base density, they pay for it. And so planning's role is we take the funds as a condition of zoning, and then it gets placed into the reserve account that Trevor's speaking to. And I'm just looking now to see if I can put my fingers on the actual reserve bylaw that was created, because it very clearly talks about how the money can be spent. And once I get my finger on that, I can read it to you.
Thanks. I'm happy to hold off it now for now. Thanks, Mayor Rumi.
Thank you very excuse me. Thank you very much. We're going to move to Councillor Duick.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm going to humbly suggest that the conversation around the CACs to do with rentals or how it's spent, that we hold that for a different discussion, because there was a lot of the previous council, when they moved towards creating that fund, it was because the council before that had said that every application had to have rentals, and it was the last council's decision to say we don't want to be in the rental market business, so we would have to have dedicated staff to how do you ensure that it remained rental. So the thought was we would collect fees in exchange for that, and perhaps share it with outside community groups, like somebody that is in the rental or the affordable housing business. But there's a lot to it. So rather than try and do it here, I appreciate that it's good information to have, but I would suggest that we have an overall conversation which would allow the council today to get all of the history of how it happened, why it was changed, what the intent was. I hope that helps.
Thanks. There seems to be some confusion around that. So that's something that we're going to have to work on. To come back to council with some more accurate information. Mr. Hartman.
Thank you, Worship. Just council's aware with the leadership summits coming, you've got the climate summit on the 13th of April. The next one is the affordable housing summit. That's going to be in May. And I think the takeaway from this is that there's definitely opportunities and some funds available. I think what we need to do is gather that into a policy to conversation in and around that summit piece and bring that back to council in a more wholesome discussion so that everyone has a clear line of sight on what the options are to council and the levers that you have available to you to deliver on your strategic initiatives. And I think that that is one of those opportunities that we can present to council in and around the time of towards the end of May when that summit happens on affordable housing, which then allows you to use that to action some deliverables coming out of that overall strategy.
Thank you very much. Seeing no further questions, thank you, Mr. Thompson.
Thank you.
And we will move on to Mr. Smith. Just a guess.
Thank you. And so thank you. Good morning, Mayor and Council. Thanks for the opportunity to present the engineering capital items that we have planned for 2023 to 2027. And just building on CFO Hartman's direction, we've adjusted our focus to a foundational year in 2023, building to a construction dominant years 2024 and onwards. The results are an aggressive plan, which strive to deliver on large scale community defining projects. The level of investment is quite large, and the resulting benefit to community will be quite measurable through this plan, and happy to walk through it with you. So overall, we plan on investing approximately $250 million into the community over the next 5 years on engineering related infrastructure. Approximately half of that investment is slated to roads. So whether that be increased lane capacity, new road sections, to reduce motor vehicle congestion, or investments into active transportation to improve the multimodal options available to our community. The remainder of the funds, the asset classes, are focused on asset renewal based on condition and or capacity. And further to the capital plan on the right side of the slide, I've listed some of the key special projects we're tasked with. As a reminder, the special projects are large scale one-off projects which require additional funding, but given their nature cannot be capitalized against a specific capital project. So these include things like special investigations, so our planning studies and master plans, utility optimization reviews, policy revisions, and providing new policies such as the flood construction level bylaw, which we have on our work plan for 2023. So over the next few slides, I've highlighted some key capital projects for council's awareness. It's important to note that these lists are not exhaustive, and the engineering capital plan consists of 122 distinct projects. It's important to also recognize that at the outset of the capital planning process, this list was closer to 250 distinct projects. And staff have worked hard to prioritize these projects in order to work within the available budgets and the recommended tax rate. So starting with Abernathy Way, we plan on widening the section between 224th and 232nd Street in 2023 and 2024. As you'll note, we have recommended that Growing Communities Fund, that $16.5 million being used for the general capital portion of this project. It's approximately $3.5 million or so. Otherwise, the project would remain unfunded and could not proceed in this timeline. And so that'll form part of that discussion at a later date with council when that comes forward. Next, we plan on extending Abernathy Way from 232nd Street to 240th Street in 2025. We have the supporting works currently underway and lots of work in front of us to make that deadline, but 2025 is when we like to get to construction. And lastly, we plan on commencing with the conceptual level design for the extension of Abernathy Way between 240th and 256th Street this year as well. The construction of this last section is currently outside the 5-year program. However, there is a possibility to advance this work pending discussions on the funding model, which anticipate to happen in 2023. Really what we're trying to do is position ourselves to be able to proceed as quickly as possible with this section 240 to 256. And so these projects on this slide sum to approximately $54 million. If you include the construction out to 256, that increases to approximately $125 million. So next I've highlighted some active transportation projects. And as you can see from the slide, we're proposing 2024 to be a year of action for improved multimodal connections. So in 2024, we plan on constructing a multi-use path on 123rd Avenue between Lady and 216th Street, a sidewalk on 121 Street between Lady and 216th Street, and a multi-use path on Lougheed Highway between 216th and 220th Street. We'd also like to proceed with the Thorn Avenue multi-use path in 2024. This would connect our current 117 work to the Hammond multi-use path under construction this year. However, this project is currently unfunded. And again, we're recommending to be paid through the Growing Communities Fund, that $16.5 million, further future discussion. If included, this would bring the total to approximately 3 kilometers of new multimodal facilities delivered to our community over these next 5 years. And it'd be a great first step in closing some of these infrastructure gaps out there. The investment on this slide is worth approximately $12 million.
Quick question.
Yeah, just a question. On the last slide, you broke out 3.5 for the Growing Community Fund in the first one, but what is the breakout of the Growing Community Funds?
It's approximately $3.5 million as well.
Thank you.
And so moving on to drainage infrastructure. And so here I've highlighted 3 key projects. The first is in response to a sub-catchment drainage assessment completed in the Eagle G neighborhood. So that's neighborhood northeast of Dudney and 228th Street. And this infrastructure will respond directly to those in the neighborhood who have experienced drainage troubles for quite some time. The next is a large drainage pump station Mr. Thompson spoke to earlier in the Lower Hammond area. And it's important to note that there's also going to be required to improve stormwater conveyance in the neighborhood, and that's a bit above and beyond the project that I have posted here. However, this Lower Hammond pump station and Princess Street pump station, this is the key first step. If you consider it, and it's be considered as adding that drain plug to the bathtub. And so really trying to find a way to get the water out of the area of the community. And then the next step will be determining how to get the water adequately to the pump station. So that's some additional work to come. Lastly, we have a culvert replacement on Dudney Trunk Road at Kanaka Creek. So that's near 272nd Street, to put that in perspective. And given the potential to impact traffic, it's a large culvert across a very narrow section of road. We're scheduling this work to align with the completion of the Ministry of Transportation's work on their Highway 7 widening project. And so this work will be designed this year, will be ready to go, and we look for construction likely in 2025 when the ministry wraps up on Highway 7. So again, the investment on this slide is worth about $14 million of drainage investment. For sanitary, we have a large scale upgrade required to move sewage from the 225th Street pump station. So that's 225th Street and the Haney bypass to Metro Vancouver's receiving main near River Road and Steve Street. So the current existing main that's nearing capacity runs along River Road. The new alignment that we're considering for the upgrade will be along Lougheed Highway. So moving it a bit farther outside of that Fraser River Escarpment zone as well. This is required to support the anticipated densities in the downtown core, as well as a continued growth in Northeast Albion. A similar improvement is needed for the North Slope Interceptor. And so this runs along, let's say, the Abernathy Way type corridor alignment, although this work is currently unfunded. The additional capacity for the North Slope Interceptor is predominantly required to service the 256 industrial lands. So it's anticipated this work will form part of that conversation about 256 funding that we had planned to have shortly this year. Aside from that, as Mr. Pollock mentioned on Monday, we're focused on preserving what capacity we have in the pipe through inflow and infiltration reduction. And we're focusing our investment on improvements to support future land developments throughout the community. The investment on this slide for sanitary infrastructure is worth approximately $50 million. And as noted, a portion of this work currently remains unfunded. And so in regards to water infrastructure, we're currently taking the same approach to support development through water network improvements. And these include the 278 reservoir twinning, the 256 reservoir replacements, twinning of the Ground Mountain Reservoir. And overall, this slide here equates to approximately $25 million worth of investment. That brings me through the projects I'd like to highlight. Like I said, there is a number of other additional projects as part of the plan. Happy to answer any questions you have.
Thank you very much. Opening it up for questions. Councillor Schiller.
Thank you, Mayor Remy, and thank you very much for that information. 240th Bridge. I'm just going to ask you about it 1,000 times. So I understand that there's some design work. The design work is planned for 2023, and that's something we're moving ahead with.
Yes.
I guess I'm just trying to understand what is the main obstacle to moving forward past that stage? Is it staff capacity? Is it the time that it takes to get permits? Is it a lack of money? Can you just?
Okay, so maybe speaking to the staff capacity piece first, and then we can talk about some of the other challenges. The staff capacity, we do have an incremental in front of council to add a senior project engineer to the team. We're really doing that to help support some of these larger scale projects, but really that position will be focused on Abernathy Way and trying to get Abernathy Way extended further east. There's an opportunity to bring on additional staff to tackle some of these additional projects should they be escalated or brought forward. And so that relatively small cost impact compared to the dollar value of the project. So while staffing is an item we need to consider, I don't think it's our limiting factor.
And sorry, can you just remind me that request that's currently before us, where is that, like in a tier, or is
it's in your tier 1, it's in the utility
Okay.
capital project funding, so not taxation based.
Okay.
Or sorry, base.
Okay, thank you.
And so there's that component. And so I don't think that's necessarily our driving factor when we're talking about timeline. But it is a significant design component. And so we're going into conceptual design and preliminary this year. We'd like to follow that up with detailed design the following year. From there, there's a number of permits that need to be acquired. There's potential for archaeological significant finds within the area. And so we'll go through the archaeological process. There's also work in and around a fish-bearing stream. So there's permitting in place for that. Right now, permitting, say, if you look 3 years back, a lot of those permits were taking about 6 to 8 months. Just given the staffing challenges and some of our higher levels of government, as well as all the competing projects out there, those 6 to 8 month permit windows have turned to 12 to 18 months. And so there's quite a bit of lead time into bringing these projects forward, especially large scale projects like this. So a lot of what I think we're going to be challenged with is that permitting aspect. We built some time into it to accommodate that. And that would let us get to construction in 2026. Getting to construction in 2026, though, does require us to get a funding strategy pulled together for it. So right now, our funding strategy is that we're going to get the province and the federal government to come to the table and provide funds towards a project. In the past, we've been successful with some of those projects. We've also had challenges getting some of the funding for some of those projects based upon that approach. So it's going to depend on our ability to secure that funding. Otherwise, if we want to be in the driver's seat, we need to start looking at how we can pay for that infrastructure with our own funds so that we can control the timeline. Bit of a roundabout answer, but I hope that answered.
That was very helpful.
Okay,
Thank you. Second question, what's reservoir twinning?
Oh, sorry. Yeah. So we've got a couple of those projects on the way. So say like in the 270A reservoir, we currently have one reservoir. These are water reservoirs at the extremities of our water network. And so what we do is we convey water up to the reservoir. The water reservoir holds peak demand as well as fire flows so that we can provide adequate fire service should there be a fire in the neighborhood. So these reservoirs just help us provide the pressures and flows that we need at the extremities of our water network.
Thank you very much. Those are my questions.
Thank you very much. Any further comments or questions? Councillor Carreras.
Thank you. Can you just, is it hard to go back to a slide?
I don't think so.
I don't want to make life more challenging than it is.
Sure.
The one who talks about Abernathy.
There.
Okay, and I can't see if my glasses are on, if it's up there. Okay, so the widening of 224 to 230th. So what is the current construction that's happening on Abernathy now that's around Abernathy and 232?
Yes. So maybe just take one step back. In about 2017, when we were looking at what capacity improvements need to happen along the corridor to improve the performance of the road and reduce congestion, What we looked at and what what consultants recommended at the end of the day was that improvements to the to 232nd and Abernathy, the turning movements there, as well as turning movements at Dewdney Trunk and 232nd, were both required to improve capacity, not necessarily four laning the section between all the way between 224th and 232nd. So we took this in a bit of a multi-phased approach. So the work that's going in under construction right now is the improvements from 230th to 232nd, as well as those turning improvements on 232nd at Dewdney Trunk Road. So that's the one component of that. The next component would then be to take the section from 224th to 230th and go from a 2-lane to a 4-lane cross section.
Okay.
So that's the piece that we're talking about. We'd like to get construction this year, but we need some support through that Growing Communities Fund.
Okay. And so the 3.5 is just for design?
So the total project cost for the widening 224th to 230th is approximately $15 million.
Okay.
The general capital portion, which is the portion that we have trouble funding, where the most of the funding constraints are, is about $3.5 million. So if we could put $3.5 million towards it from the Growing Communities Fund, the remainder of the project can be paid from DCCs and other funding sources. And so really we're trying to get across that $3.5 million hurdle.
Okay, I was just trying to, I want to just make sure
Absolutely.
we're very clear in the Growing Communities Fund and how we're spending it and how it flows back to our strategic plan and our priorities. So,
Absolutely. And we'll come back and we'll summarize that for you with the recommendation.
no, that's great. Thank you.
Mr. Hartman?
Just for council's understanding and perspective, what staff have done with respect to the $16.5 million for the Growing Communities Fund is the internal capital working group sat down to look at where we were with our existing capital projects and what could be expedited and move forward and best ways to leverage the funding. So what you're going to see in the next hour or so as staff do their presentations, and to Mr. Smith's point, what we looked at was there's a gap between the $15 million construction costs for the estimated $15 million construction costs for the widening of 224 to 230th. And there's a gap in the funding between DCCs and other areas and other funding sources that are available to the municipality of a shortfall of $3.5 million. So what staff did was propose, can we tap into the Growing Communities Fund of $16.5 million to execute a $15 million project and only tap the fund $3.5 million? And you're going to see this come up. I don't want to steal any thunder from Ms. Richmond in particular, because there's some really exciting projects that Parks and Rec are proposing in this year's budget using that fund that's going to get you in the ground with ribbon cutting in advance of 2024 for the 150th, as well as the BC Summer Games. So the direction from senior leadership to the capital working group was to really look at things that can get done and finished or substantially started by the end of this year. We don't want to commit and under deliver. What we want to be able to do is be realistic in those expectations. So what you're saying from the capital working group that is presenting to you now are projects that are going to be completed or significantly completed by the end of 2023, so that we can reload the deck as you onboard these master plans, particularly fire and strategic transportation, parks and recreation. So we want to make sure that what we're presenting to you today and is reasonable with the existing capacity, with the base levels that are in the proposed budget, to make sure that we're executing on those understandings. And that is what staff are in the process of presenting to you today. So again, we're trying to leverage, I think they landed on about $30 million of potential projects tapping the 16.5 million, less some changes that the province made last week to what we can use the funds for. So we'll come back with a fulsome presentation of what the 16.5, but keep that in mind as we're trying to leverage opportunity through your existing fund, as well as the existing work plan that staff have. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no further questions. Thank you very much, Mr. Smith. And we will move on to engineering.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. Good to see you guys again. Full disclosure, I did have a bit of an emergency dental procedure last night. So if I am slurring on my words or drooling, I assure you I'm not having a stroke. Oh, that could be too.
Way to support your colleagues.
Exactly.
Guess it's stuck on Abernathy.
The big button.
Doesn't seem to want to go the other way. All right, yeah, for the engineering operations capital, generally, operations doesn't have a lot of capital works. Our bread and butter is usually maintaining a lot of the good work that Forrest and his engineering team design and build through the year. However, we do still have a few items that in capital and a couple of items that we're quite excited about doing this year. For instance, our road rehabilitation program will be coming to council shortly for an award of contract for this year's program. This program it continues council's commitment to infrastructure renewal and replacement and continues the improvement of our road network in a cost-effective and sustainable manner. Each year, our roads are selected on our roadway data collection and pavement management program. This year, as you see, there's a few of the roads highlighted that we are doing this year. We're looking at overall 25 roads and approximately 15 kilometers altogether. And as mentioned earlier, some of these roads, like the ones you see there on Dooney Trunk Road, are funded through TransLink. A couple other projects we're excited about doing this year is electrifying our operations yard. That's adding a few more electric car charging stations to help support the replacement of approximately 179 fleet units that we have for when we change them all over to 100% electric vehicles. Currently, we have 8 electric vehicles, and as we start replacing them, we do need the charging stations to help support that infrastructure to have all that in place at the works yard. It'll also help align us with the government's 2030 emission reduction plan that they're looking at as well. As well, we're actually taking advantage of some government funding that we are getting to have our own mechanics trained at BCIT for electric car maintenance. The Iris software, it's an infrastructure maintenance data collection and reporting technology system that operations and IT are collaborating on right now. This system we're quite excited about. We see a lot of good things out of this system. A couple of the key items are it's called a right of way, which will give us an inventory assessment. It'll digitally quantify all of our infrastructure from street furniture to manholes, catch basins, street lights, anything like that. It also will give us our PCI index, our pavement assessment of how the city's road networks are doing. And based off of that, that's how we'll be able to choose a few items or roads that we're going to be paving in next year's or the following year's paving programs. Couple more projects, our water section, they are taking the water main replacement program. Each year we identify a few of the areas for replacement, and generally before we repave a road, our engineering team will then usually manage that project to its completion. But here you'll see the 256th Street, our own water section at operations is going to be taking that project on from beginning right to completion. And we're looking at completion by the end of the summer this year. Another one of the items, again, we are excited about is the R9000 water meter conversions. It's been something we've been working on at operations and with IT for a couple of years now. roughly 50% of our just over 3,000 meters require to be read manually with a touchpad on a quarterly basis. That's where they have to physically actually go out there, locate the water meter and tap it and get the data read that way. This conversion program will provide the ability to read meters through radio technology. At first by just driving by and picking up all the data that way and then recording it. Phase 2 of that project will be introducing the AMI, or the advanced metering infrastructure. And that will allow the meters actually to be read by our meter readers right from their desktop instead of actually physically going out. And it also has the ability to let us in as the utility or the resident or the homeowner see themselves if they have high or low consumption, or if there's some backflow, and it'll basically let them know if there's even a water leak that they may be having. Our electrical mechanical section, they're working on the LED streetlight conversions, and by the end of this year, 2023, we'll have 85% completion of those streetlights converted over, with the remaining 15% completed by the end of 2024. It's roughly a 63% savings on our hydro bill with that conversion, and it'll be roughly a 75% maintenance cost savings over a 20-year cycle compared to the old HPS lamps. On that slide there, that's low heat highway. On the right-hand side, that's actually all the new LED lights that you see there, compared to on the left-hand side, that's the old style lamps. So you see quite a difference it makes there. Another project that we're working on is the Rockridge Communications Tower. And this is to accommodate the required civil infrastructure for growth in the Rockridge and the Silver Valley area. It's a 40-meter tower, and it'll support fleet communications and all the required SCADA communication equipment required to monitor and operate the water and sewage system of the current and future developments that's happening around there right now. And last for them, one of the projects is the actually, just to go back to the radio tower, it'll also be, it's in an ideal spot to be able to lease that tower to other communications companies, similar to the 256 tower that we currently lease out and have a revenue stream from. And the 236 water station replacement, where we purchased the land, the expansion for that station. And once it's completed, it'll be 4 times the capacity for growth all in the area as well. And just on our final slide here, just a couple of items I thought worth noting. The Cottonwood landfill closure, where we are mandated by the province to have a closure plan in place, which we've had now for quite a few years. We feel we probably have approximately 5 more years before we come to a complete closure of that landfill site. We have been fortunate enough in the last few years where we have been able to use that site for dumping our own spoils for our own construction, keeping our costs down. It'll be something we'll need to look at once that landfill site does come to complete closure. And another item that we're excited about is our new snowplow tracker app. This will allow dash cams on a few of our plow trucks. And the strategy between communications, operations, and IT right now to provide a snowplow tracker web mapping application that will allow actually the public to view live on the internet where the plow trucks may be and or where they have been. And we're looking to have that actually in place by the end of the year for the new snow season that'll come up. Certainly once we have that in place, it probably won't snow for 5 more years. But yeah, I agree too. And one of the last things is the fuel island at operations. It is at the end of its life right now. It does support our 179 fleet vehicles. It supports the RCMP and our snow plows and the fire department as well. We're looking at coming up with the design this year, construction and completion by the end of 2024. And with that, I'll leave it if there's any questions.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Comments, questions? Councillor Schiller.
Thank you, Mayor Rumi. Thank you, Walter. Don't want to drag you out here, but I was just excited to hear about the electrification of some of the vehicles. And you had some great data around the light bulbs and how, you know, the savings that were being seen as that program moved forward. Do you have any data on how fuel and maintenance costs of the electric vehicles compares to the traditional vehicles?
I do. We actually do have some data compared to the regular vehicles. I don't have that with me, but I could actually share that with you, as I was actually looking at that just recently. It's quite a savings in compared. The original capital cost on purchasing the charging stations and the electric vehicles is a little bit more, but over the lifespan of that vehicle, there is quite a savings on there, and especially in fuel costs.
I'm just so happy to hear that, you know, that is the perception or, you know, sort of the line that's out there, but it's great to hear it happening in reality. And I'm just always looking for opportunities to communicate to the public that these kind of investments do pay off financially in the long run. So yeah,
Absolutely, Councillor Schiller. And I think in a few years ago when the hybrid vehicles came out, I think Maple Ridge was one of the leaders in that, where we quickly were able to convert a lot of our regular transportation vehicles, building inspectors bylaws, stuff like that over into hybrid. And we definitely like to do that same thing with the electric vehicles too. So.
Thank you, Mr. Pollock.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to, I guess, promote operations in that even well before EVs started to come onto the mainstream, the staff up at operations actually created a battery-powered vehicle, and they've been at the forefront of. I think it was 9 years ago we purchased the first round of the solely electric, solely electric cars, and now with the modifications and the improvements that are coming forward, I think there's a real opportunity to move into a fully electric fleet, and operations have been certainly having discussions around that and what are the needs moving forward. It was something I tried to acknowledge in my presentation too. Fleet, the availability of equipment is getting challenging. Being able to, we're sort of, if I'm correct, Walter, we're up to 2 years before we can even get regular vehicles. So it is going to be a challenge, but operations are, along with other departments, are often modest about what they do. But I have to say that I think the corporation is very progressive in terms of looking at how we can move forward with electrification moving forward, and discussions we've been having. How can we move the entire fleet? Because we're moving now not only in the pickup trucks, but also larger vehicles as well. So I think there's exciting opportunities ahead. Thank you.
Yeah, and that's a very good point, Mr. Pollock, to one of our, as David mentioned, one of our very talented mechanics at the works yard, probably about 8-9 years ago, converted a gas vehicle that we have and converted it to fully 100% electric, actually, that we actually still have and use today. So You're welcome.
Thank you very much, Councillor Carreras.
Thank you. Thank you for talking about the challenges of getting electric vehicles, because it's getting tougher and tougher as someone who just waited forever for one. So the LED and the transformation to electric vehicles, and you mentioned the operational cost savings that we see from that. Do we track that, including our lower, the change in the energy consumption and stuff like that?
Yeah, so we do have, and as we started the LEDs, for instance, the LED lights, we started about 3 years ago on the conversion. So each year, as you know, the technology actually gets better. So the savings have actually been proven to be better as the technology improves over the years. So we do track that. And with the the maintenance costs on a regular HPS lamp or the old style, we would, in a 20-year life cycle, we would have to change that bulb or maintain it probably 3 to 4 times in that 20 years. Where with the LEDs, we only need to do it once. So when we add up that savings there, just on the maintenance, it's a great deal as well.
Because I think it's important to talk about the operational savings when we make these changes. Not only are they the right changes, and we talk about the environmental piece and the climate change piece, but it's also like the dollar savings. We are investing in the capital, but not only are we saving in probably energy costs, but also in staff cost to maintain these things. And, we change those lights, you could see in that picture, the safety aspect and how much safer it is and brighter it is for folks on the road. So I just think it's really important to acknowledge the dollars that are going back into the operations, which then free up money to do other things in our annual budget. So it'd be nice to know if what those dollar figures are, so we have a roundabout to say this is how much we're saving by
Yeah, and we
investing.
could definitely put that together and just already in the conversion amount that we did, it's made a big difference on the maintenance and where we're able to move that staff instead of out changing the bulbs
Thanks, yeah.
consistently. So it's good.
It's a good story for the community to know. Thank you.
Seeing no further questions, I will thank you, sir, for your presentation. I would just echo the comments by Councillor Schiller, especially with the electric fleet. The savings on fuel, I imagine, would be quite significant, and that's something that we do want to share to show that some of the climate action pieces that we're taking will have an impact on many areas, not only climate, but also on our city finances. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, we are chugging along quite nicely. If we can get through the capital program, that'll take us to lunch. If we're okay with that, do we need to take a quick 5-minute break at this point? We do? Okay, so we're gonna just take a quick 5-minute break. I'm working on that part. Can I get a motion to recess for 5 minutes? Moved by Councillor Schiller, seconded by Councillor Tan. All those in favor?
prioritize what could be achievable and doable for 2023. So thanking my team, it's my pleasure to present this. The division's focus is on new recreation infrastructure to meet both the needs of our growing community and also adjusting to meet the community's increased expectations and diverse recreational activities and interests. Later on this year, but not now, you will be hearing more on the PRC master plan, implementation, prioritization, and funding strategy. Moving to our division priority projects up in front of you. These include 2 recreation infrastructure projects already on underway and on the books. Currently, that is the first one is the design and construction of the 4th ice sheet. And this is pending the Agricultural Land Commission's approval for our non-farm use application for that work to move ahead. The second one currently on the books is the Ridge Canoe and Kayak facility upgrades at Wannock Lake, and that is pending a lake bottom land tenure resolution needed to obtain environmental approvals. The RCKC upgrades actually include installing and constructing a new floating boathouse on the waterfront, and then using that storage area within the building to provide programming and training space for the club and participants. In addition to those 2 on the book, the division team is moving ahead to advance work needed to deliver on council and the community's priorities for 2 new major recreation infrastructure projects. So this is starting with a feasibility review for a second aquatic facility and also undertaking a site assessment and concept design for the 5th ice sheet. On to something completely different. The team is really keen to be delivering the city's first urban forest management strategy this year with the recent acquisition and quality assurance check on the tree canopy data LiDAR data set. The work is now underway. The strategy will look to maintain, protect, enhance, and set targets for our urban canopy over the next 10 to 15 years. As we all know, trees provide very many benefits and are integral to a healthy and resilient community. I'll highlight each of the next 4 items separately in the coming slides, and I'm starting with Port Haney waterfront improvements. So the first phase of this work is to design and develop a multi-use pathway, which will connect Port Haney Wharf with Kanaka Creek Regional Park. This design is partially funded with an active transportation grant and will be designed in close coordination with Metro Vancouver, and you'll see a little bit more on the why in the next slide here. Part of this work will include delivering the electrification of the waterfront lot, which is funded separately, as you heard a little bit earlier today. But it makes sense to coordinate with the electrical needs for the new park development and multi-use pathway. So looking at the slide here, you can see in the image the proposed multi-use pathway in red if you squint. It follows Metro Vancouver's visionary Experience the Fraser route and will provide a very significant experience in attraction in close proximity to the town centre. This will be a transformational development for the community, activating the waterfront and providing an amenity and an experience for residents and visitors alike. Shifting now from the waterfront to the heart of Maple Ridge, a priority project is for the renewal and improvement of Maple Ridge Park. This park is one of the city's most visited, most loved, and is embedded in the collective experiences of very many of our local families. The renewal and improvement plan is anticipated to focus on play, picnicking, and washrooms, And we're also looking to land a Maple Ridge 150 legacy project here at this highly visited park. So the scoping is currently underway to see if a fully renovated spray park could be delivered as a legacy project, and you'll hear more on that in the coming weeks. The next stage of work for Maple Ridge Park will be to develop a renewed vision for the park with input from the community and with the intent to provide recreational amenities balanced with the sustainment and enhancement of the ecological values of this park. In delivering infrastructure to meet our growing community's needs, Council is aware that a new neighborhood park is already under construction in the Albion area, 241A and 112 Street, with the grand opening expected this summer. And in 2023, the capital priority will be to initiate the design work for this new neighborhood park within the Thomas Haney and Tulaski area off of Pazarina Place. The new housing development in the area is rapidly building out, and the public engagement for the park launched early this year on the city's new Engage Maple Ridge platform. We've received over 200 responses in that initial engagement, so that's quite thrilling for us. That's the highest level of engagement we have received already, and we're already a division that gets considerable engagement. The design for this park is anticipated to be complete this year, and then with construction commencing late this year and into 2024. Moving even more into the fun side of things, the purchase of a community stage is front and center for us. So this mobile stage is proposed to be used to support the BC Summer Games activities and the Maple Ridge 150 celebrations next year, and is also going to be a key piece of equipment to allow us to move ahead with our neighborhood program initiative that Mr. Lebon touched upon in his presentation during business planning. Due to the lead times to deliver a stage, we anticipate that we're going to be launching a procurement process as soon as the ink is dry on the financial plan. Mm-hmm. So rounding out our 2023 capital, you'll see that other focus areas are on trail improvements. These will include a new bridge on the North Martin Trail, hopefully resolving a land tenure issue in the Millionaire Creek area, and another couple smaller decking and boardwalk improvements. Another focus area is community gardens. We'd like to be able to establish garden plots in more locations across the city, and particularly on underutilized city land. Something different is at our Maple Ridge Cemetery. There is the need for us to expand our columbaria, our double niches. This has been has seen very large support across our community for this offering. And with the installation of the first double columbaria 5 years ago, we are now nearly sold out. So this is needed so that we can continue to provide that interment option to our community. And then touching upon Thornhill Trail Network improvements, this has been some ongoing work with additional funding for 2023 that will help us land more staging improvements. So parking expansion, washroom, and likely a bike repair station, as well as expanded wayfinding and more trail resurfacing work in that area. So that has been what's on the books and proposed for this year. I wanted to just give you some highlights for what's in the program for the next 5 years. These are just the high notes. Much to what Forrest said, there's dozens of projects within this list, and happy to answer any questions you have on those. Starting at the top, and with the recent and final acquisition at Haney-Nokai Park, that allows us to now look at expanding Haney-Nokai within this next 5 years. This also includes West Area Park improvements. What we've clearly been hearing from the community for a number of years is that these new amenities that are landing in our newer parks are also desired in some of our older parks. So this will be money that will actually enable us to engage with the community and start delivering on that in our older neighborhoods. There is a washroom building at Golden Ears Field. This is the new synthetic field across from Thomas Haney, and washroom building has been noted to support the sporting events in that entire hub. There will be new parks that we are looking to roll out, another new neighborhood park in the Blaney Hamlet area and another new neighborhood park in Horse Hamlet area. Would also like to align with the School District 42's facility plan and ensure that we can jointly collaborate and design and deliver on a new park school site at the River Hamlet location. There are some improvements planned for Memorial Park and accessibility improvements in parks. That's a general header, but what we do find is that many of our older parks weren't developed at a time where accessibility was front and center. So this allows us to convert and provide barrier-free access to some of the amenities that aren't able to be accessed. And then lastly, we continue our dog off leash area improvements. The final one in our program is to, after having done Hammond, Beckett Park, done some really great improvements to Maple Ridge dog off leash area this past year, is the focus on the one in Albion at the fairgrounds, and the engagement is underway, and we're looking to land this in the next 2 years. So in conclusion, and to reiterate, you'll be seeing in the coming months more on the PRC master plan implementation, prioritization, and funding strategy. What is here before you today is our key priorities that are affordable and achievable and meet community needs. Thank you. And I'd like to invite any questions.
Thank you for your presentation. Certainly exciting to see a lot of fun stuff in the works. I'll open it up to questions, comments. Councillor Carreras, followed by Councillor Youssef, followed by Councillor Schiller.
Thank you. Thank you. A couple of questions, just because it was identified in engineering that some of their projects were sort of earmarked for is it the community building fund, the 16.5? Growing community, thank you, sorry. I'm just curious if any, and maybe there's a list we're getting at the end that's all identified, but I'm curious if any of these projects are also identified as possible through that growing community fund.
Thank you, through the mayor, for that question. So as has been noted, there's going to be a package of projects. I believe there's about 30 on the list with a recommendation for council's consideration, and that's coming forward to you very shortly. So I don't want to steal too much thunder on that, but yes, there are items within the PRC division that we certainly are looking to augment some of the capital in front of us or advance it. So there are projects, and okay, I'll steal a little bit of thunder. Maple Ridge Park, Port Haney Waterfront are two of the big ones, and then something new and exciting.
Okay, perfect. Only because I think what I got from the CAO is there's more projects than funding when the list comes in front of us, and we'll have to make some decisions. Is that correct?
Go ahead, Mr. Hartman.
Thank you, Worship. When we approached the business planning process, we looked at having a succinct list that you could look at today. With the recent changes to the fund, it's put this back into the committee, into the staff working group. So what's in front of you right now is what we know we can fund.
Okay.
As we go through the 5-year financial plan by the 15th of May, you'll be getting another staff report at an upcoming meeting, delineating the two so that you can have a full line of sight on what the $16.5 million are looking to fund. There's a few other things that have come to light that we want to see if we can leverage with those funds. And that's why today what council is being presented with is these are the projects that we have the ability to execute on and get done by the end of the year, or significantly started and by the end of the year. And when you get to the final approval of the budget, all of those things will work out. So it's not a matter of what bucket it's coming out of. It's the matter of we have the financial wherewithal to deliver on these expectations, to start moving you towards you where you want to go with your key priorities. So I'd look at it at that level. And as we move through the next 3-4 weeks, getting you to the May 15th deadline, we'll bring a separate report saying this is where we want a resolution on the 16.5 to fund this list of projects. But there's a few other ones that we're still working our way through, particularly around property acquisition as an example.
Okay. And then I was away last week and I don't know what the new sort of funding requirements that came down from the province. Are you able to just quickly share what the changes were to the Growing Communities Fund?
Yeah, so there some of the significant pieces, what the province identified as the electrification of the waterfront property doesn't qualify. And what they did say is that property acquisition does. And so what we've gone back to committee to look at what other areas we could leverage. At the end of the day, we want to be able to deliver the full package, and the funding, the proposals and the projects that are in front of you, we have the capacity to execute on, with the exception of some of Mr. Smith's big ticket items. But again, what you're looking at today is, are you comfortable with the work and the plan? And then we'll come back with the full funding formula, integrating the 16.5 million based on the tax rates that you're going to talk about later this afternoon. So all of that will come in one big bucket, but it's a matter of what buckets we all leverage to get it done.
Okay. I was just curious. I'll look it up after what, if the province issued additional parameters around that spending. I'll look it up after. Can you just go back to the waterfront park? It's a big and exciting piece, and I just wanted to have an extra moment to sort of walk through it. So the future neighborhood park, is that the Pazarina one?
No, that actually isn't.
I'm just trying to identify where I am.
So the Pazarina, you're close by. The Pazarina is just off the screen on the right-hand side, or sorry, off the image on the right-hand side. And you'll see Kanaka Creek Regional Park, those trails in the very lower right-hand corner of the map. That is Kanaka Creek Regional Park.
Okay, yeah, I know that. And then it must be just the further west side. So the future neighborhood park is, which one is?
It's not on this map. It's off on the.
No, it says future neighborhood park on this map.
Thank you. That is one that is outside of our 5-year program at this point.
Okay.
And it is lands held for a future neighborhood park.
Okay, and then the red area is the expansion from Kanaka to sort of Port Haney, which would then connect to the downtown area?
That's correct. This is the land that the city now holds with the significant acquisition that occurred recently. Okay. So that is the land that we will be looking at delivering the multi-use pathway along, and in close coordination with Metro Vancouver, who has indicated their support, because there will be work on their side to ensure that the trail connects in with Kanaka Creek.
Okay. Great. Thank you.
We're good?
Yep.
Yes, thank you. We're going to move on to Councillor Youssef.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Ms. Richmond, for the presentation. And more importantly, thank you to the PRC department for really stepping up and bringing forward some exciting new things that we can see by end of this year. This is phenomenal. I'm thoroughly impressed. So kudos to you on that. Lastly, Mr. Chair, just a quick comment about the waterfront at Port Haney. While we're in it and while we're purchasing capital, I'll plant some bugs in Mr. LeBon's as well as Mr. Westover's ears for the possibility of setting up some kiosks there to be there either seasonal or year round for local merchants to be able to have a presence there on the waterfront for the tourism that we're trying to stimulate in that area, not only offering the opportunities for them to have a second location, if you will, but now that we're electrifying the, is that the right word? Electrifying, not electrocuting, electrifying the waterfront, we can then be able to easily provide them with the ability to have food warmers or refrigeration facility in these kiosks that I'm envisioning that would be there. That's all. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. Move on to Councillor Schiller.
Thank you, Mayor Remy, and thank you very much, Valerie. Just a couple specific questions. One around the fifth ice sheet, which I understand is further down the road. Can you just help me understand is there room at Planet Ice for that 5th ice sheet if we get to that stage?
Thank you for that question. There is quite a few considerations to that. So as council is aware, there's an application before the Agricultural Land Commission, which looks to expand on our previous non-use application, which allowed about 10,000 square meters of footprint. And we're just beyond that. So with a 5th sheet, which was not originally envisioned at that location, that would be something that we would look to test with the Agricultural Land Commission on what their receptiveness would be on that end. And then there would be the need to also provide parking in that land base. So that would be require some careful consideration to ensure that we could deliver the parking and the ice sheet and not be impacting some of the other uses that occur down there, or that we would have a plan to transition them to another location.
Thank you.
So it's, in essence, it's not a hard no, but there's quite a few challenges to it.
Yes, like it's theoretically possible when a lot of things line up. Yes.
And I think Councillor Schiller, if I can just jump in to build on that response. The other thing I think that we need to be mindful of as well is that as we embark on a process to look at our aquatics needs assessment, there will be opportunities as we look at parcels of land to situate facilities of this magnitude. There may be some synergies to look at locating some of these amenities in close proximity or adjoining to some of these other facilities that we're also planning. So there's lots of moving parts here that we're also considering as we move forward, move the ball down the field on this one in particular. So
thank you. Great point. And the other thing, I was just wondering if I could hear a little bit more about the community gardens and sort of what that looks like for 2023.
Thank you for the question. There have been a number of sites that a staff group has looked at, focused on underutilized city land. And of course, parks are not underutilized, but could land community gardens as well. So we're actively looking to move ahead with another community garden, much like we've moved ahead with at the Silver Valley Gathering Place with those garden beds there. So there is a lot of interest in the community, and we'd like to engage a little bit more and seek to understand where the community would like us to land the next one and be able to do that.
Great.
can I add to that?
Please.
We also recently presented, we have an internal working group across the organization that made a presentation recently to the senior leadership team on potential repurposing of existing city properties as well, whether it's city properties that we own or rights of ways or what have you. And the internal working team are working through some of the comments and questions that were addressed by SLT. So I suspect within the next month or so that we'll have a report to council moving forward on some plans for community gardens in the community. So stay tuned.
Thank you very much.
Good. Thank you very much. Any further, Councillor Chan?
Thanks, Mayor Remy, and thanks to the Parks team for that. It's a exciting list of things in there. I'm just going to pick up on Councillor Youssef's question there, and I'm curious, is there a discussion coming before council about the overall conceptual design of the waterfront park?
Thanks for the question, Councillor Tan. And through the design process, there will be a touch point absolutely with council, and there will be a fulsome community engagement through that process.
Thank you.
And does that answer your question?
Yeah, sort of where I'm going is I'm kind of seeing, you know, from a limited perspective, like several ways this park can go, even just philosophically, whether it's largely let's put it without the kiosk and without that kind of stuff, and where it's really just like a you know, I'm like losing the word. Well, largely walking, and then there's like sort of where we can activate the thing, we can activate the space more, and then also prevent possibly being vendors and like that. So those are very different concepts of a park, and so I just wanted to touch upon like, what sort of paths we provide down at that park, whether it's multi-use or whether it's separated. And then also larger considerations such as connection to the downtown core, and whether we can, through other strategic plan processes, like connect that to the downtown core for residents. So that sort of larger comprehensive discussion. I'm curious, I'm very excited about this, as you can tell. I'm curious when that sort of conceptual conversation is coming to council.
Yes. Typically we're putting part of the horse before the cart here. Typically would like to engage in that larger vision for this land. We recognize that we had an opportunity through grant funding and the ability to get an experience on the ground and deliver on this earlier than that vision. So the first phase of the work is focused on the multi-use trail, but the next phase of work will look to create that vision and that full activation and connection in for this very significant property.
Okay.
And Councillor Tan, just to build on that and just chatted with Mr. Neufeld. So we have an RFP out right now for a consultant to lead that process for us, which is the concept of the design process. So there's a lot of work that we have to do around the engagement. I appreciate that there's lots of opportunities or some visions even that are coming before us now as part of what people want to see. Like council, we're just as excited to start embarking on this project, recognizing the importance that it plays with the connection with Kanaka Creek. And I also know, and Councillor Tan, you'll know this, in the discussions that you've been having around the Metro Vancouver Parks Committee, that there's a lot of interest from Metro Vancouver with this work as well. So we're just onboarding a consultant here shortly. And then we'll be underway with our planning process, and we'll make sure that council has some line of sight on what that process looks like so that you can be heavily engaged in that process as we move forward. But I love the enthusiasm around the table. Thank
you, Mr. Vaughan. Thank you, Ms. Richmond. I'm sure you love that. There's 7 additional park staff that you didn't realize you had around the table.
We do actually.
And like the reason why I'm asking is, I think, like, just to make sure, because I know I think the point has been made, and just there are very different visions of a waterfront park, and I'm not married to any vision on the table, but what is many different visions, and I just want to make sure that there's opportunity for us to discuss that as a community and as a council. Cool. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Being no further comments or questions, I will thank you very much for your presentation, and looking forward to seeing some of these projects get going. Thank you. And we're going to move on to our favorite topic of the day, information technology. Welcome, Ms. Stewart.
Thank you. Good morning, Mayor Rumi and Council. It's nice to be speaking to you again. It's been a while. Let's get started here. Right. So just to get started, the IT department collaborated with the IT steering committee to prioritize new capital requests during the annual business planning process. And the capital projects that I will be introducing today were selected as priorities by the IT steering committee and the capital committee, capital planning committee. And I wanted to thank my colleagues that went ahead of me for doing such wonderful presentations. They're very hard acts to follow. First, I will speak about projects that focus on digital transformation. The enterprise system replacement for financial and HRIS systems and kicks off with the requirements gathering for the payroll, financial, and an HRIS system. And we currently don't have an HRIS system. On Monday, Ms. Crabtree mentioned a few tier 3 positions that will accelerate and enhance the success of this project so that we are ready for the next phase in 2024. Both the Empath and Ross ERP systems no longer meet the needs of the city and are overdue for replacement. Better solutions are available now, which will provide more capability that can fulfill all of our requirements, such as HR, inventory, order, supply chain, financial management, budgeting, payroll, which will all provide senior leadership a more enhanced line of sight. And moving forward, I just noticed one of my slides is wonky. Sorry about that. Moving forward with our implementation and rollout of the Microsoft 365 or Office 365 platform, phase 2 will enable staff to get the most of the technology. This phase includes a training and change management plan that will be supported by the technology facilitator role that Ms. Crabtree also mentioned in her presentation. And working with communications, IT has been looking at a website and intranet update. This project includes contracting for web hosting, licensing, content development, and a requirements gathering that relates specifically to our intranet by each department. This will result, the requirements gathering for the intranet will result in a report of findings and recommendations. It is highly linked to the Office 365 implementation and the phase 2 project. And really exciting, as Walter mentioned, we are actively working with engineering ops and parks ops and many other teams on digitally transforming manual and paper-based processes to enhance more effective and efficient mobile field solutions. This will also enhance the digital dexterity of staff. Walter mentioned Iris and the water meters. Those are some examples of what we've been working on with our other teams. Enabling these changes is highly dependent on the CAD to GIS transformation project that the GIS business analyst position will be leading. I'm happy to provide more details on this if we have time after my presentation when you ask questions. And to enhance our meeting room collaboration, we are focusing on technology needs and digital transformation efforts with the end goal of delivering high quality, scalable audiovisual solutions that enable enhanced functionality and remote access in meeting rooms. In today's world, we really need to focus on that. And so, for example, we're in the process of increasing the effectiveness of our meeting rooms by enabling such technology as one-touch Teams functionality. So if you invite the meeting room to a meeting and you have people that are attending from outside, or you have many attendees, the person that gets to the meeting room first can press a button and the meeting starts. So nobody will have to log in, and that will really enhance our efficiency in providing meetings and hosting meetings. Oops, sorry, I jumped the gun here a bit. Oh, now I can't go back. Oh, okay, I think we have all done that. There's a big button and a small button. Ms. Crabtree also mentioned the operational and maintenance work we do to keep the lights on. This takes a lot of careful planning, budgeting, monitoring, and prioritizing. Some of the focus areas of these operational and maintenance programs that I like to mention, and they've been mentioned earlier today as well, are the equipment replacement fund or program that we have. And this focuses on productivity tools, such things as laptops and monitors and keyboards and the like, so people can do their productivity work. But it also includes data, equipment, servers, data storage, switches, routers, firewalls, everything that needs to be replaced about every 3 to 5 years, depending on the warranty and or the life cycle of the products. It's really important for us to focus on that and make sure that's handled correctly. So that's just one of the things that our team in IT works on to make sure everybody can do their jobs effectively. We also have to make sure that all the tools we use, the software solutions, are upgraded and maintained on a regular basis to keep it on top of all the changes that the vendors are enhancing their software packages with. And then we also have the infrastructure growth, which includes any new infrastructure we need for adding new servers, adding data storage or new networking gear so that everybody can do their jobs, and also the public can access our services in a more effective way, and for city connectivity, the safety of our networks. And I'm going to talk a little bit about that in a few slides as well. Okay. On Monday, during Christina Crabtree's Corporate Services Divisional Overview, she mentioned a few integral positions, one being the GIS Solutions Analyst. This position will be responsible for the bulk of new and upcoming digitally transformative GIS-related projects. Currently, the City of Maple Ridge maintains its parcel mapping using a process that's quite lengthy, it's repetitive, and it's has some manual processes involved. It results in delays in parcel mapping updates, access for downstream users. Additionally, parcel mapping is not updated during the development or pre-registration phase, meaning that mapping of proposed parcels is not available to support a wide range of development phase activities. This gap in development phase mapping has implications for the new implementation of CityWorks, which you heard about on Monday and maybe not yet today. Since activities against parcels cannot be properly mapped and tracked, implementing the ArcGIS Parcel Fabric software will eliminate these issues because parcel mapping will be updated directly in the GIS and utilized directly within CityWorks and our other business solutions, such as our Tempest, which we use for utility billing and taxation. All service connection information for water, sewer, and drainage currently is located in the in our legacy Amanda database. This information is tabular in nature, so it's not based on an actual location on a map, for example. It needs to be migrated over to the GIS database before Amanda reaches the end of life. This includes implementing new data management procedures for staff, as well as updating the city's record drawing requirements and data input workflows from out of Amanda to the GIS so it can be fluid through into the new CityWorks application. And while microfilm, microfiche, and paper or Mylar were great ways to store information in the past, they're outdated now. To create efficiency, we need to enable the search of information online. You can see how all of these are tied together, and they're really forming a digital transformative process so that we can do our work better and also our public can access our information better. One of the issues with microfilm and paper is that unless it's stored in perfect conditions, they fade and disintegrate over time. And not to mention what would happen if we had an emergency like a fire or a flood. By scanning these historical records, we make them easily accessible or searchable, preserve the information accurately, and improve document control, provide for increased efficiency, and open up more physical space for other things. So we're working and supporting Patrick and his team in legislative services to look at scanning all of these historic documents. The City of Maple Ridge has an estimated 2 million records that are at risk and need to be scanned for digital access. Now, to include planning, ArcGIS Urban is a map-centric, geo-enabled system that will help the planning department streamline the urban planning process and make better development decisions. It provides planners with the ability to track development projects citywide, create zoning and land use plans, perform design reviews, and solicit community feedback. And it works in conjunction with our new 3D base map that we're really proud of, which you see in the image on the top right of the screen. It doesn't really do it justice, but you can see that we now have a 3D base map that we can overlay our other GIS data and layers on. In this particular one, we have the building outlines with heights and also our street trees or urban trees, just as an example. This tool set can also be used by other departments, for example, engineering, in determining whether or not the capacity of the city's current infrastructure can support a growing population in an area. It's something we did do a pilot on last year, and we're really excited about bringing this together. It will also interface with our new CityWorks system that we're implementing. Lastly, I'd like to speak about some safety related projects. We need to replace repeaters in our buildings and parkades to redistribute a stronger signal throughout, because there are spots with limited radio coverage, such as in the Leisure Center, the Albion Community Center, and in our parkades. Areas with no coverage could present health and safety concerns for staff and the public. Another safety-related project we were working on is to activate the emergency button on the radios, which requires special programming. This is a health and safety issue for our bylaws and our CSOs, and we're actively working on that as well. Now, changing climate, flooding, and wildfires can occur and strain our ability to provide critical IT services to support both operational and emergency services. To provide more resilient and dependable access to IT services, we need to run tests on our infrastructure and repair or upgrade anything that causes us problems during those tests. So we've started a disaster recovery infrastructure program to run tabletop exercises that will help us mitigate risks associated with any emergencies that may occur. And we're working with our federal government and the province and other municipalities on running these tabletop exercises, and then the fund or the budget will help us replace anything that we find that breaks down or isn't sufficient. We also have security risk and compliance software that helps manage and monitor our city's data, protect our information, minimize compliance risk, and meet regulatory compliance requirements. Higher security is gained by applying protection actions that include encryption, access restrictions, and visual markings. The platform is also intended to help protect the city against unintentional or accidental sharing of sensitive information, both inside and outside the organization. Retaining and deleting emails, documents, and messages are often needed for compliance and regulatory requirements. However, keep in mind that deleting content that no longer has a business value reduces our attack service from these nefarious criminals and will keep our network and information safer. This will also help us enforce encryption, so only the people that need the information can get the information. IT also requires a digital security infrastructure management program to add or upgrade our security posture based on current trends and exploits. During the COVID pandemic, it seemed to just get worse and worse. And with the ever-changing battlefield of IT security, IT needs to remain extremely flexible in how we roll out different security layers and upgrade our current security measures. This service includes penetration testing and remediation, so continuous vulnerability scanning, automated vulnerability assessments, and identifying security vulnerabilities. It's very complex, and we are fortunate at the City of Maple Ridge to have the best in class working for us in the security department. They're sought after by other municipalities through our province and across the country because they are so good at what they do. We use network traffic monitoring and analyzing appliances to autonomously neutralize threats by taking intelligent surgical actions as data travels in and out of our network. For end-to-end management, they confine and detect and confine this infected information to their devices to their typical pattern of life within 2 seconds. It contains significant threats and without disrupting core municipal operations. With the implementation of more and more hosted and managed services, so we've now rolled out Engagement HQ, we have Voyant Alert for our alert notifications, we have the e-agenda or Prime Gov, and many, many more that are coming. We will need to also implement an appliance that will monitor the traffic through those software as a service cloud solutions to keep the rest of our network safe as well. So those are our top priorities. As you heard, we also work on a lot of operational and maintenance to keep everything up and running. And there's lots of exciting things down the road. I think everything we do focuses on digital transformation and that digital dexterity of our staff, and also anyone that lives in our community, visits our community, or owns a business or wants to work in our community. So that's it for my presentation, and I'm happy to answer any questions that you have.
Thank you very much for your presentation. I will open up the floor to speakers list. Councillor Youssef.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a quick question. Through you to staff, is the HRIS software meant to replace the Amanda system, or is that a different system that's supposed to go in for Amanda?
Okay, through the chair to Councillor Youssef, the HRIS system is for human resource. It's for human resources. The Amanda system is being replaced by CityWorks PLL, which stands for CityWorks Permits, Land and Licensing. And it is currently a project we're currently working on.
Excellent. Thank you for that. And thank you for all the work that you are doing.
Just 1 second. Mr. Hartman wanted to jump in.
Let me dive in on this one as well. What Ms. Stewart and Ms. Crabtree are discussing is a brand new financial software system that will provide both senior leadership and council with a new perspective and a cleaner line of sight on the financials of the organization moving forward day to day. Includes some modules around business planning and budgeting, and includes the day-to-day details that Mr. Thompson and his staff need in order to do everything from payroll to invoicing, as well as allow our general managers and our senior leadership team to be able to track the day-to-day operations of the corporation much more efficiently. There's also another module around human resources and information. This is around payroll and coordination, as well as around the data that we have on employees. And Ms. Lewis and her team have been looking for some technological solutions to reduce the amount of paper that we're generating, managing our personnel files. So there's some components to that. And this is what this moving us into this digital future looks like. And so a part of that is laying the groundwork. And as we go through the processes of needs assessments and procurement, staff will be bringing back some additional requests for council's consideration around moving into this new direction. We don't have a complete costing on what this new software is going to look like. We are looking at what municipalities in the province and in Western Canada particularly are using for a city of 100,000, soon to be 150,000. So that will be coming to council later on, but that is what we're referring to when we talk about finances and HRS systems.
Perfect. Thank you. That clarifies magnificently. And as I was saying, thank you and to the entire department for the work that you're doing and bringing us into the 21st century. When I'm hearing microfiche and paper storage of data, it's just, yeah, doesn't really work all that great. But again, thanks for that, and looking forward to coming into our technological comparators and having the same level of access to data as well. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Chan.
Thanks, Mayor Rumi. Thank you for the presentation. And I just have a very small question. Mayor Rumi and Councillor Youssef and I were at the Maple Ridge Museum, and they told us about their archives, including, I think, microfilm that were disintegrating to vinegar and other things, that storage issues they're having troubles with. I wonder, is there any possibility that we could maybe lend some of them our capacity they're doing the same digital transformation and struggling a little bit?
I'm not entirely sure how to answer that. The microfilm project that we're embarking on for this year is doing a requirements gathering and creating a project charter. And we're working with legislative services to secure all of our historic documents as a priority. And maybe I could defer to Christina or Ms. Crabtree to answer that question.
Just to build on what Ms. Stewart is saying, we often provide some support and guidance to other organizations. So if there were some information that we could provide, I could certainly reach out, or we could certainly have those discussions to see how we could support anyone else in the community in terms of going down that path. This particular project, of course, is focused on corporate records, and we're at the very beginning stages of that, really trying to figure out what do we have and how are we going to approach this exercise. But certainly if there are others in the community that want some support and direction in terms of how to approach that, we would be happy to do that.
Maybe I could add to that. Maybe one of the outcomes of our requirements gathering could be taking those best practices and lessons learned and provide that information to other organizations as well, so that they can don't have to start from scratch and do their own requirements gathering in that regard.
Thank you for sure. I understand through the mayor that this prioritization goes on, and also creating the backbone structure for it as well, and that has to take precedence. And then just putting out that note that there are other organizations that have even smaller resources than us, and any guidance we are able to provide on that front that might be useful to them.
Absolutely.
Thanks, Mayor.
Thank you very much. Seeing no other questions, comments, I will thank you very much for your presentation. And I have the glorious news of saying we're going to break for lunch, because the lunch, I'm getting to it.
Right.
Getting to it. I'm trying to understand the mouthing words over there. That's okay. So lunch will be here at 11:30. Is 30 minutes okay with everybody? 30? Yeah, roughly. Okay, good. Can I get a motion to recess? Moved by Councillor Carrera, seconded by Councillor Youssef. All those in favor? Motion has been carried. We will be back at 12 o'clock. Thank you very much. Okay.
Mics are live and we're back to broadcasting.
Okay, if we could get everybody to take their seats, please. Yes. Seats, everybody. Welcome back. I hope you all enjoyed your lunch. Yay. Oh, Councillor Carreras, can you log in, please? Can you turn your camera on, please? You just did. Thank you. Can I get a motion to come back from recess? Moved by Councillor Youssef, seconded by Councillor Schiller. All those in favor? Welcome back then. Thank you very much so far. It's been a great presentation. We are now going to move to the financial overview report by Mr. Lee, Manager of Financial Planning. Go ahead, sir.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. I have the dubious honor of picking up after lunch. I'll try my best to keep you all awake. So the last time I spoke to you, I was actually the Manager of Revenue and Collections. So since then, my role has transitioned to a different area. And it's my pleasure today to present to you the financial overview portion of the 2023 business planning process. So what we've been doing this week with business planning is working towards Section 165 of the Community Charter. The Community Charter of BC sets the municipality's authority, and Section 165 of that charter requires that Council adopts a financial plan each year. A financial plan sets out what a municipality plans to spend and where that money comes from. The plan is a 5-year plan, and you have actually seen this in the capital plans that you saw earlier today, because they are set to 5 years as well to align with the financial plan, and covers the current year and the next 4. The plan has to be balanced. A municipality cannot spend more than what it has. In short, it cannot run a deficit, unlike some levels of government. The plan, once approved, and this is important, can be amended anytime as needed by council. It is a dynamic document or a dynamic piece of legislation and can be amended to reflect, environmental pressures or changes it needs to make to adapt. Now, just a note before we move off this slide, the city produces two major financial documents a year. The financial report looks back at the year that was and reviews the city's finances as of December 31st. The financial plan is what we've been working towards this week and looks ahead at what the city plans and intends to do over the next 5 years. So what is the financial overview report? The business planning process that we've been doing this week is in support of producing that financial plan I just mentioned. Mayor and council heard the divisional work plans, recommended adjustments both one-time and ongoing, and the 3 tiers of incremental requests on Monday. You heard the capital projects this morning. And up to this point, it has been about what the city is planning to do. In this presentation, I'm going to provide a quick look through the financial overview report, which amongst other things, sets out how the city plans to fund it. In short, how are we going to pay for what we want to do? Now, just as a reminder, the financial overview report isn't just an internal document. It is available to the public on our website. It is used as a working reference document for staff here at the city. And it is one of the tangible products of transparency and accountability in the city's business planning process. As noted and discussed this week, the 2023 proposed tax increase is 3.5% and reflects current costs of maintaining existing service levels. The adjustments and incremental service level improvements for council to consider will be shown near the end of the presentation. So here are the proposed property tax increases for the next 5 years and a breakdown of the general components of that increase. Similar to 2023, the rates for 2024 to 2027 reflects existing costs only. The general purpose line increase. The general purpose line covers the cost of existing services, the cost implications of collective agreements and other contracts, and environmental pressures such as inflation. Infrastructure replacement funds the ongoing rehabilitation and replacement of our existing capital assets. This includes our roads, sewers, water mains. This rate increases to 1% by 2026. The Parks and Recreation improvement covers operating and maintenance of added parks and recreation amenities. The 2025 to 2027 rate increases are associated with the debt and operating costs of the fourth ice sheet, which you'll have heard much about from Ms. Richmond. There are currently no increases for the drainage levy as the master plan is currently in development. There may be changes once we understand the full implications of that master plan. So here's a table that shows the property tax rates from the past and what is proposed in the current plan. It's not just there as a comparison, and it's also beyond just a brief look at the history. What it also shows near the bottom of the table is that there have been different pressures in the past and different mechanisms have been used to fund major investments. So I draw your attention to the most recent examples being the Fire Master Plan Implementation Levy and the Town Center Improvement Levy. So just what does that proposed 3.5% rate get us? We would see it add just under 3.5 million to our revenues. It isn't the only revenue source or the only new revenue source. Tax revenues from growth are property taxes coming in from new construction. These are properties that were not previously taxed and is also called growth revenue. The estimated growth in 2023 is 1.4% and is projected to generate almost $1.4 million. Unfortunately, there are concerns on the expenses side that would immediately take a bite of those new revenues. Both QP and firefighter contracts are up for renewal, and the financial impact of wage and benefit cost increase assumptions can be seen on the labor and fire lines. Due to higher inflation in the economy, labor costs are anticipated to increase at a faster rate than in the recent past. Costs for contracts associated with police services, including regional units such as the Integrated Homicide Investigation Team, Emergency Response, Forensic Identification, and K-9 teams, are also expected to increase. Another example is ECOM, where costs have gone up much higher than expected to address increased call volumes and long wait times. That's also the software maintenance, which Ms. Crabtree and Ms. Stewart would have spoken to earlier. Now, as part of the business planning process, we reconcile all the changes between this proposed financial plan and the approved financial plan from last year. So we're basically comparing the 2023 of this year to the 2023 of the last adopted financial plan. This helps ensure we haven't missed anything, and is also part of our commitment to an open and transparent business planning process. Now, this graph is in the financial overview report, and each line is examined in detail. And what I will offer is a couple of hints on how to best interpret or read this table. So the numbers, the negative numbers enclosed in brackets, show changes that are posing a challenge. An example is fuel costs. Since 2020, the cost of fuel has increased a staggering 79%. Positive numbers show how these challenges are being addressed. One example would be the review of revenues and expenses. Now, that's a laser pointer work. There it is. All business units were reviewed, and the budgets were adjusted where needed to reflect recent history and reality. So, for example, if a revenue or a fee was overly conservative, it was adjusted to reflect what it actually has been doing in the past few years. So overall, the 2023 in the previously adopted financial plan showed a surplus of $300. After the changes this year, it is now zero. So up to now, the discussions have centered on the general revenue fund. We now turn our attention in the next two graphs to the water and sewer utility funds. Yep. So now this shows the revenues, expenditures, and impact on accumulated surplus for each utility. Water revenue is from the flat rate water levy and metered water charges. Half the flat rate levy alone goes towards the purchase of water from the regional district. The remainder goes towards not just our own water infrastructure, but those planned by the regional district as well. Now, the regional district has set their average annual rate increase for the next 5 years at 8%. Council has a rate stabilizing policy, which holds increases to our citizens to 4.5% for the same period. The sewer utility is similar to water in that it pays for our local sewer infrastructure and maintenance requirements. Sewer utility revenue is from the flat sanitary levy, and 65% of that is earmarked to cover regional costs of wastewater treatment. For the sewer utility, the regional district has set their average annual rate increase for the next 5 years at 18%. Sorry, 18.5%. The rate stabilization policy has held increases to our citizens to 8.5% for the same period. We come to perhaps the slide that holds the most interest for most people. And what is the impact on property taxes to the citizen of Maple Ridge? The proposed base rate of 3.5% will mean a tax increase of $83. Recycling, flat rate water, and sanitary sewer charges add another $74. Total property taxes and utility fee increases in 2023 will total just a little bit over $157. Now, we haven't included the amounts collected on behalf of other governments and outside agencies, notably the province and the school tax, BC assessment, transit, GVRD, and the MFA. We generally don't get these numbers until mid to late April, but you'll have a full accounting of these numbers when the property tax bylaw is in front of you. We now come to the last few slides, which cover the incremental adjustments, tiers of service level enhancements, and investments in key priorities that staff presented earlier. These include a recommended, this slide is the recommended one-time operating costs funded by one-time dollars transferred from accumulated surplus and the Park and Recreation Improvement Reserve. There is no impact on property taxes. The recommended ongoing adjustments are funded from fee increases and internal sources such as revenues, capital funding, and utility funds. As with the recommendations on the previous slide, there is no impact on property taxes. The recommended Tier 1 incremental package, which are minor service level enhancements, will add 0.27% to the tax rate, increasing the property tax rate to 3.77%. Impact to the average home will be $6.42. The recommended Tier 2 incremental package will strengthen service delivery and add 0.61% to the tax increase. Cumulative Tier 1 and Tier 2 packages will increase the property tax rate to 4.38%. The cumulative impact to the average home will be $14.51. Last but not least, the Tier 3 incremental package will accelerate investment in council's key priorities. Tier 3 will require a 1.27% tax increase, and cumulative Tier 1, 2, and 3 packages will increase the property tax rate to 5.65%. Cumulative impact to the average home at this point will be $30.20. So that concludes my presentation on the funding side of the financial overview report. The report itself does have more content than what I've covered, mostly in detail that surrounds some of the plans and some of the things that you've heard earlier this week, including staffing budgets, financial summaries by department, and the listings of studies and projects currently on the city's books. At this point, if you have any questions, I'd be glad to help.
Thank you very much for your presentation, and we'll open up to questions from council. Any questions, Councillor Youssef? Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for keeping us awake. We made it. We survived. Just a real quick question. When we're talking about the different tiers, this is in addition to the 3.5. So if we're looking at Tier 3, for example, at 1.27, it would be 1.27 plus a 3.5. So we're looking at 4.77 total for tax rate.
I believe so with the Tier 3, that line assumes that it's cumulative. So Tier 1 and 2 are accepted as recommended. And if council does approve Tier 3 as well in its totality, the total tax increase will be 5.65. So yes, it does add the 1.27 on top of Tier 1 and Tier 2. So the final tax rate, property tax rate increase at that point will be 5.65.
Okay, sorry, I'm missing something. So, okay, at Tier 3, we're also adding tiers 1 and 2.
That's correct.
Okay, so it's not that Tier 3 would be a standalone 1.27, it's 1.27 plus 0.61 plus 0.27.
That's correct.
Okay, and that comes out to 5.65. That's where my math was off. Thank you very much.
Sorry, I should have clarified that a little better for you.
No worries. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chair. That was my question.
Thank you. Any other Councillor Tan?
Thank you, Mayor. I just have a report where it is in the report question. I see the where do I find the breakdown for how much the total increase as felt by the homeowner would be, including including the other charges not levied by the municipality or levied by other players. So I'm just on page 13. I can see the tier 1, tier 2, tier 3, and each tier's impact on our general tax increase. And then I see, for example, that tier 3, the general revenue tax increase implication will be 5.65%. And trying to understand what that number would look like to the homeowner, what would be felt by the homeowner, given the other costs as well.
Okay.
30.
To find it on page 32.
Sorry, I was just going to the page that shows the impact of the average home, and that is actually on page 32 of the financial overview report, which shows the impact to the average home.
Because I seem to, I'm on page 32 and I see the user fees. I'm just trying to find, is there like a summary page with the tier 1, tier 2, and tier 3 breakdown?
So I don't believe the tier 1, tier 2, and tier 3 are actually on this page, are they?
I think no, it's just the 3.5.
Yeah, this is just a 3.5 because it doesn't assume that the tier 1, tier 2, or tier 3 are approved. Sorry,
Speak into the
you might not
microphone.
heard.
Thank you.
Sorry, as I was just saying, the impact to the average home page doesn't assume any assumptions as to what tiers have been adopted. It is surely based on the 3.5 base projected and proposed tax increase.
So thank you. I understand that. And to make sure I can just have a shortcut in my head, maybe. So if for example, for tier 3, I see the total impact is 5.65%. And then so is there just a tidy percentage that I can just add on top of that, or like a lump sum that I can add on top of that?
So just through the chair, the 5.65 is the final after the additions on top of the proposed 3.5. So that's where it lands once tier 1, tier 2, and tier 3 has been approved.
Okay, thank you. Thanks, Mayor.
Thank you very much. Any further questions? Councillor Schiller.
Oh, so many questions, just trying to formulate that. No, thank you. You've laid it out very clearly. But I do want to make sure that I'm understanding correctly. So what we're looking at here at the city, let's say the maximum that's being proposed is 5.65. And then are there other charges on top of that from other levels of government that the residents will see on their tax bill?
Yeah.
And is that information available, like just even approximately what that is anticipated to be? Do we have any idea?
So through the chair, we don't have those numbers yet. Some of them we have a good idea. For example, the MFA is always about the same amount. But things like the school tax and levies from other agencies, we actually don't start getting the numbers until later this month and early next. And at that point, we'll certainly have the numbers ready to present and let you know what those are.
Okay, just because I'm not familiar with them at all, can you just give me any sense of what, if we are looking at a potential $30 cost, would those other charges potentially double that amount? Would they be, 25, but just to give me an idea of, at the end of the day, what that bill is going to look like.
Yeah, so through the chair, I wouldn't have readily on hand the incremental increase from last year for some of those taxes. I have a better idea what those total taxes will end up looking like. For example, then again, that really depends again on the assessment specifically and where the average home lands. But certainly, I'd be happy to get that information and have that prepared and present it to you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. Last chance. Seeing none. Thank you, Mr. Lee, for your presentation. And we are now going to move on to 3.4, closing comments by Mr. Hartman. Correct.
I'm just going to circle back to some of the questions, wrap a few pieces up first, if I may. with respect to the school taxes and the other aspects, typically the school tax doesn't come in as large a percentage as we pass, so it actually is a bit of a mitigating impact. Metro Vancouver's budgets fluctuate depending on what they're proceeding with. So again, all of those items will fluctuate a little bit. Some of the other aspects, the MFA and BC assessment, are very small items on the tax bill, so it won't have as much of an impact. So the vast majority of the levy is ourselves, as well as the utilities. So I'm going to ballpark it at about, excluding the utilities, we're about half the bill. Add the utilities, it's probably closer to 75%. So order of magnitude, the school tax and others aren't they're not going to drive the increase from doubling the increase, if that puts any things in perspective. So just going to slide back to this piece here. So the vast majority of the increase is the 157. Other levies aren't going to drive that percentage up much more than the 4.3%. So I guess what I'm trying to convey is we don't have all of the information with respect to levies, but just trying to think what the average tax bill, including everything else, was. Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, Councillor Carreras.
Just staying on the slide, if you could, for us around the table that are new and including the public, because I know there's a ton of public that have joined us today to watch this. Can you just break down the acronyms at the bottom?
Yes.
I mean, I think we can get school,
Yeah.
although we need to be clear, the school taxes actually don't fund the schools being built or anything, and they haven't increased in a long time.
Thank you. So the school tax, and of course, the BC Assessment Authority, the Greater Vancouver Transit Authority, so may show as TransLink, and the Greater Vancouver Regional District, which is Metro Vancouver, and the Municipal Finance Authority, which is, I say, a very, very, very small levy. I want to say a couple of dollars on the tax notice. It is a very small item. Thank you.
Any further questions? Just for point clarification on my part. So the final number that we're talking about was 5.65. Is that the final number, or is it going to change based on some of these figures?
Thank you. So the water, sewer, and recycling rates are flat rates. They do, and they're not proposed to change. What the amendment would be is to the municipal property tax piece, the portion there that is 3.5%. So as we look at the tiers, there's the incremental increase to that. So it would be just to that municipal property tax portion. Maybe this will help. If we look at the 0.27%, that adds another $6.42. The next slide would accumulate that tier and the next. Does that help with clarification? I'm
just to build on what Mr. Thompson is saying, I think the question that might be being asked is that on the municipal property taxes side, right now that's listed at 3.5%, and we're talking about tiers that would raise that number to 5.65. In addition to that, we have some user fees, and those user fees would be added to that 5.65%. So I think, and then in addition to that, is the taxes that we collect on behalf of others. And that's where We don't know what those exact figures will come back as. Some of those numbers haven't come in yet. Well, all of those numbers haven't come in yet. And so once we get those numbers, then that also feeds into the property tax bill. But to directly answer your question, municipal property taxes is 3.5% is what's in the base. We're suggesting and recommending that it could go up to 5.65 if you were to adopt tier 3. That 5.65 would be added to recycling, water, and sewer fees. So I think your question is the 3.5% the top number, depending on which tier you take? Does that clarify?
No. My question is,
Okay.
you're presenting to us, if we do all three, a 5.65 tax increase. My question is there additional taxes on top of that? That's the part that we're getting confused, or I'm getting confused over.
Sure. So that is just the municipal property taxes. In addition to that is the provincial school tax and the other piece and other folks on the levy. What we're focusing on is just our portion of the property tax bill. And this is, I should clarify, is the average house. So of course, the amount of tax that anybody pays would be also a function of assessment, but this is for illustrative purposes on the average house.
Okay, let me try from a different angle here. Right now, across the lower mainland, you have all cities coming up with their suggested increases. The numbers that they're coming up with, do they include the extra portion? They don't. So I just want to make sure that if we're saying 5.65, it's across the field level with what everybody else is saying. That's I think what's important here, because we don't want to be saying we're doing a 5.65 increase. By the way, you're also getting all these things. So we need to be very clear as to what that means. And that haven't been clear to me, but thank you. Any other comments? Nope. Councillor Duick.
So the 5.65 does not include those sewer, water, and so what is the number?
Sure.
Assuming we go with tier 3,
yeah.
What is the final number excluding the collections on behalf of others?
Yeah, I'll have to get back to you in a few minutes. I can do the math very quickly, but yes.
So if I could just add on to, I think there's a bit of confusion in terms of the numbers that we're talking about. And so you had raised, is the 5.65 what property tax rate that other municipalities are talking about? So, and it is. So typically when we talk about the property tax, we talk about it in relation to the property tax increase. We talk about it in relation to municipal property taxes only. And on top of that, you add on things like user fees, which is your recycling, water, and sewer. So I think, Trevor, you're going to calculate the percentage for that. But when we're going out and talking about municipal property taxes, and when other municipalities are talking about it, they're specifically talking about the municipal property tax portion of the tax bill.
Which I understand, but again, if some of us around the table are confused, then clearly the message we're sending out is going to confuse a lot of folks. So I think we need to be able to understand exactly what is being presented to us and what we're going to be deliberating on. Councillor Carreras.
Just a quick question on the user fees. I get the municipal property taxes compared to other communities. I fine with that. And I thank you for clarifying that when the city next door to us says we're increasing this much and we're saying we're increasing this much, we're actually talking about the same things. Where I want some clarification is around the user fees, the recycling, water, and sewer. And what are the other user fees that are charged to other communities around us? So when other communities charge for garbage and we do not, does that fall under their user fees? And then the other piece are other communities split things out. So they have a January or a March fee that's collected, and then a July fee. And we do everything all at once. And I'm just wondering, I may be opening a total can of worms, but I'm just curious what other communities around us do and why there's differentiation. So A, are our user fees the same as other user fees? And B, the differences between some cities who split out fees twice a year instead of the one lump like we do. Pitt Meadows does it one lump too.
Thank you. And as communities move, and many have, to more metered water, that large element of the property tax bill would be likely billed quarterly. So yes, we need to compare things in their totality, not just the one bill that you get. In the appendix of the overview report is a comparison to other communities, and each lens of that comparison has its own difficulties. If we're looking at an average house or an average single family house, they're very different from one community to the next. But with respect to utility rates, they're also spelled out. And yes, we do rank lower because we don't include the garbage collection.
So our municipal property taxes may be slightly higher than another community, but the total fee that people pay would be less because our user fees are less?
The ranking actually doesn't change that much. So I'll give you for instance.
And the ranking is for last year, doesn't, and this year, of course, people are talking about very, very different rates this year because of inflation, and there are much higher increases than are traditionally held. And I get the ranking. So I'm just specifically asking about user fees. So some cities may have higher user fees than what we charge because they have more things there.
So I think, well, let's use water as an example. Some communities are denser, and their cost of infrastructure may be different than ours, will be different than ours. We have long linear infrastructure, different slopes, different pressures, some complexity in that system. So while we may be paying the same rate when we buy the water, the cost of delivering that may be different. Yeah, and I guess it gets a little more complex with respect to sewer systems.
And are most user fees traditionally recycling water and sewer?
Mr. Hartman.
Thank you. So to clarify, without muddying the water too much, there's different operating models for corporations and cities. And in Maple Ridge, we have a user fee model. In other jurisdictions, they have utilities. And what those user pay models or those utilities are there for is they run as somewhat independent businesses with independent books. And so what you're paying for is the cost of maintaining and building the infrastructure. And so while we would have, as an example, you'd have a garbage pickup in some municipalities that would be regulated through utility, and you would pay a fee based on what the operating costs are for that. So it doesn't get baked into the overall operating costs of the city. It's the same thing with water rates. As soon as if Maple Ridge's decision is to go to all of its properties with water, it'd be incumbent upon council the day to then discuss whether or not you wanted to have a user fee for water or create a utility, which would allow you to regulate and manage that business as a separate business without having to impact across the board of everything that the city does. So what you do is you're farming out those three components. In Maple Ridge, what we have is a user fee model for recycling, a user fee model for water, and user fee water for sewer. And so what you saw during the business planning processes are, particularly in the engineering world, is really where most of this sits, is in Mr. Pollock's universe, is the additional bodies that are needed to continue to maintain the service. And that's why there's some of these are put in at base zero, because what we're going to do is charge the water organization for two of those positions. We're going to charge the sewer organization for some of those positions. And so what's that impacting is those sewer rates that we charge, those water rates that we charge are basically funding the ongoing operation and asset management and the growth of your water system, your sewer system, and ultimately recycling system. And so it's a separate business unit with a separate business plan. And that's why it's not baked into the 5.65. So really what we're doing at the municipal level from a property tax perspective is that is what the corporation as an operating budget you're helping set. And the proposal in front of you is a base at 3.5 with 3 tiers to get you to 5.65. In addition to that, there are 3 other user fees that are impacted based on the cost of operation. And Mr. Thompson can provide you that in the 5-year financial plan with the direct impact to taxpayers once those numbers have been fully factored out. The slide in front of you gives you an indication of what those user fee increases will be based on where we're sitting with the current business plan. So what you're seeing is recycling, water and sewer, but those are 3 separate user fees that get in addition to the $30.62, which is the overarching property tax. And then on top of that, from the homeowner perspective, you're going to see what the impact to Metro Vancouver, TransLink School, and BC assessment as well as MFA.
Okay. And are these fixed rate user fees in line with previous years?
Thank you. So they all are going up by different rates, and it's really a function of the cost of the utilities. Recycling is going up by 2.7%, water by 4.5%. The sewer rates, largely driven by Metro again, are going up most significantly. CK had mentioned is 8.5%. There's a parcel charge in there, so it turns out to 7.9% on the tax bill.
Okay, so when we say that these are included in the base and there's no increase, there actually technically is an increase for some of these. I get they're separate, but there is still technically an increase.
Yes, the utility rates are going up.
Thank you. Councillor Duick.
Thank you. So if I look at this slide here, when you add the 3.5 and then take that at 4.3 minus 3.5 is 0.8. I think what's throwing some people off is it looks like 2.7, 4.5, 7.9 if you add that all up, but that's not the 3 user fees equate to an additional 0.8.
Yes, I mean, so what the bottom line compares is the total tax and the total utility piece that we
right,
have control over. So the fact that the property tax piece is a larger element, it gets influenced by those higher rates. So if 2/3 of the cost is taxes, that 0.8 is increase is a function of the other ones going up by average of 1.6 more than the 3.5%. So it's pushing it higher because they're increasing faster.
right.
I'm sorry, that's awful math to do on the floor.
No, but where I'm going with this, if we just use if we look at the municipal property taxes and the total in this slide is 4.3. So if we assume 0.8 approximately, you add that to the 5.65, you're looking at 6.45 for the municipal property taxes and the user fees, roughly. Never mind what the others are. I'm just doing rough math here based on this. So realistically, we're looking at 6.4, 6.5%, not 5.65, not if we were to do all the tiers.
But if we're comparing apples to apples, then the 5.65 is comparable to what everyone else is reporting. And then they will add on top of that, whether they have the user fees or whichever model that they're using.
And this is one of the struggles. It's very difficult for us to compare municipality to municipality because everyone is, as Councillor Carrera said, some have separate water and sewer bills. Everybody does it a little bit different. Vancouver is a completely different because they have their own charter. We have to focus on what does the bottom line mean for our residents and forget what everybody else is doing, because you can't, it's not black and white. You can't say, well, Pitt Meadows is this way because of this. And it's very hard to compare other than, like you said, the base municipal property taxes. But even that, I'm thinking there's some variables in there.
Yeah.
Mr. Thompson.
So part of the reason we focus just on the property tax piece in one conversation and the utility rate separate is this percentage that's at the bottom, this 4.3%, is only true for that average house,
That's right.
because the property tax rate amount will go up as houses are more expensive, but the fixed rates are fixed. So it's really just an illustrative purpose to show you kind of the impact to the homeowner. So it is a bit of two pieces of conversation that become difficult to put together.
That's okay. The piece that we as council need to understand is the 6.65 does not include the user fees. Whereas at the beginning of this conversation, I for myself was thinking that it did include the user fees. So whichever way we're doing it, we just need to be able to explain it and understand it so that we're not telling everybody, oh no, it's only 5.65, everything in. So thank you for that clarification. We're going to move to, were you
So
finished?
the only other thing is it might be helpful in the, years past, we used to have, there was some key properties that we had examples of that we could show what it meant. And it was based on, they were over the average, under the average. It was the same property. So you could see year after year, what happened to those properties, property tax. And it gave council a good understanding of what it meant if you were on the west side, the east side, central Maple Ridge. And we haven't done that for the last couple of years, but it was very helpful.
Ms. Crabtree?
Through the chair, I just also wanted to highlight that as part of the communications and messaging, we often talk about the different pieces of the property tax notice. And so we kind of pull out those items that talk about taxes collected by others and also taxes in terms of the utilities. So that's quite a useful exercise in making sure that everybody understands what the 5.65 means or what the property tax, municipal property tax portion is, and then how all of the other pieces factor in. So I think it is really good and important clarification that the municipal property taxes is separate and apart from the utilities and fees, and that it's not just a simple exercise of percentages, which is why we have this this illustration. But it's well noted just from the communications that we've had today that we need to take a proactive approach in terms of explaining those pieces as we put this out for communications. So thank you for that.
Councillor Duick, you're good. Councillor Tan, then Councillor Doze.
Thanks, Mayor. Yeah, I think that makes sense to me. Thank you. I appreciate that. And my question is just around the fixed rates for recycling, water, and sewer. I'm just curious about when. I noticed we're not discussing them, and I'm seeing that that's not on the table for discussion. I'm curious when those rates do come back up for discussion, or if they're technical pieces that just cover operating costs.
Thank you. So through the chair, as information comes up in any of the utilities, if any of the parameters change, then we would look to update rates. Each of the bylaws right now has a 5-year schedule to it. And we do employ a rate smoothing aspect. So if the region came up with something that if they were putting off a bunch of capital, if they were increasing how they were deferring some of the costs, and the rates came in much lower, we could look to amend those bylaws. But those bylaws are in place right now. I believe one of them expires next year. So this council will see the utility rates. And I see Mr.
Pollock.
Just to build on what Mr. Thompson is saying, one of the elements that engineering brought forward is that because of metering, because of water metering, we are going to be looking at that rate. So that's in the engineering work plan for this year. So that'll be a discussion that we'll be bringing forward to reflect that. I think one of the other issues that you will see changes in outside of our control are obviously the Metro Vancouver, and I give an example of the Northwest Langley wastewater treatment plant that it has been identified. That's what the Metro is currently providing these a new pipe under the Fraser River, which you'll see down by the Casey pump station. The cost of that pump station has gone from $1 billion to $2 billion, and as an estimate. Iona, which is another wastewater treatment plant over in Richmond, has gone from 1 billion to 10 billion. So those obviously are reflected in the rates that will be coming through from Metro, and will obviously change. I think Finance spoke to rate smoothing, which assists in that process, but certainly within the municipality, we'll be looking at water this year because of the onset of single family water metering. The sewer will probably take place at a later date, I would imagine. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I think what I understand from that is that technically the bylaw also have a 5-year lifespan, but we're looking at water and we may look at the other pieces that are doing that as well. And the council will review them when we review them. And that second piece I understand is that the collection for others, we clearly have no jurisdiction over that, and we just collect and we remit them. It's unfortunate that we don't have those numbers in front of us at the table now when we are debating our piece, but it is what it is. So I understand that what we're focusing now is that just that very top line where it says 3.5% now, and that's before any incrementals. And that's the discussion at hand, that what number just the very top line we're comfortable with. Okay, thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Doze.
Thank you very much, Your Worship. My question is simple, please. I'm aware that cities like Vancouver is proposing 10.7%, and then Surrey is proposing 9.5 or thereabout. If I ask you to announce for us what Maple Ridge tax bracket will be, what will you say?
Thank you. So I would say what is recommended is the 2 tiers, so that the 438. And then the tier 3. So I would say it's in a range of those pieces, and that's what we're seeking as council direction on exactly where that lands. But I would say that the drivers of the other communities' rates are much different. Than ours,
that is why one is 10 and the other one is 9.
Yeah.
But my point is that there should be a kind of a standard parameter to use in announcing this. Like if you are announcing 10.5, it possibly should assume that all the user fees, probably, I'm not sure how it is done, but I'm saying that if that is the standard, that once a city announces say 10.5%, it assumed to include those user fees, or it doesn't really include it. That's what I'm driving. I want to know if we are saying that Maple Ridge tax, this proposed tax rate is this.
Right.
Just in conjunction with what other people say, because you should be speaking the same language.
Yes.
That's why I'm asking, what will you announce Maple Ridge proposed tax increase to be?
Thank you. So the property taxes is just the top line. So wherever that tier lands, it is property taxes. Okay. So that's has been the focus.
Which is fine, as we all seek to understand this. Again, it's what story are we telling to the public? And if we can't understand it ourselves, we can't tell a good story. So for clarification, I understand that municipal property taxes, if we go tier 3, will go up to 5.65. On top of that, you have your user fees for the other items. So I'm quite clear on that now. Okay. Councillor Schiller.
Well, thank you, Mayor Remy. Thank you for this information. And I just wanted to, it seems like a really simple, stupid question, but properties that are not on city water or city sewer are not paying those user fees. Is that correct?
Correct. And I think there's some instances where, sewer fronts a property and they pay, if they have access to it. So I'm going to say, 99.9% true, with that little qualifier.
Right, because I think that's sort of one thing I've realized is, well, we can't just say, oh, it is 4.3 for everybody, because for some people we know the 3.5 or whatever the rate, the property tax rate does apply to everybody. Do we have information available on an approximate just percentage of how many properties are on the city water and sewer? Are 90% of Maple Ridge properties receiving these services? Are 60% receiving them?
Thank you. So I'm thinking back to the tax roll piece and trying to think of the numbers, but I'll probably refer to the engineering because they would know on the servicing side much better. On a rough ballpark of what is serviced and what isn't.
Yeah, thank you.
know,
I just asked to try to understand, how many people these numbers apply to.
Maybe just from a really high level ballpark number. And so when I think back to say the recycling user fees, there's currently about 3,000 households that don't receive recycling services. They're probably pretty similar to the properties that don't receive water and sewer as well, being in the more rural areas. And so I'd say 3,000 of our total households right now would not be seeing the user fee portion on their tax bill.
And how many total households do we have?
Approximately 20, well, there'd be 25,000 people, 25,000 residences would typically receive recycling and water. So you're looking at a total of about 28 to 30,000 households.
Okay, so approximately 25,000 households receive these services and 3,000 do not. Okay, thank you very much.
Good. Final call. Thank you very much, Mr. Thompson and the rest of the crew. Now we'll have Mr. Hartman come up and present his closing remarks.
Thank you, Worship. As you can see, it's not black and white. It's not simple. What I think you've heard from staff on Monday and today is what they believe and what we collectively believe is starting to lay the foundation for your success, not only this year, but for the next 3.5 years of your term. And so what you have in front of you is a budget proposal and business planning at a corporate level around starting to align the organization to meet your strategic priorities that you released yesterday to the public, and an ability with a capital plan to start getting where rubber hits the road and getting shovels in the ground to allow the next 4 years to start making some traction on key priorities, not only for your mandate, but also that you've heard from residents in the community. So with that, what you've got in front of you is a series of opportunities. I would word it that way. You've got a base rate of 2.9. We've got 0.6% aligned for investment in our infrastructure. So that puts you at the 3.5 base. You've got 3 tiers in front of you, tier 1, tier 2, and tier 3. Where staff are very comfortable with and recommending is a tier 2. Hearing around the circle today and on Monday that there are other items in tier 3 to get you to 5.65 that would help move the mandate sooner and quicker and faster to get you to where you want to be. Rest assured, the direction from senior leadership to all staff in the corporation is that if council approves the budget wherever you land today, that the mandate from our senior leadership group is that they execute on those expectations and we get in the ground and we get moving as quickly as possible. So that is why the capital plan that you saw in front of you, while it's aggressive, it's realistic. While you have a series of increases to the operation, what you've got from staff and senior leadership is the fundamental belief that we can execute on those priorities. And that is the position that we've been coming from. I've been consistent in the messaging to you, and you've been very consistent in the messaging to me through strat planning and so far in the first 5 months of your term that you want to start laying the foundation for success in the next 4. And what you have in front of you, I believe, is a business plan that starts to lay those bricks and allows us to get moving on some of those key initiatives and these key priorities. So with that, your worship, staff are here to answer any questions as you deliberate on where you stand and what level you're comfortable with. Again, based on just the conversation we had about 32.5 seconds ago, it's not black and white. And to Councillor Carreras' point, when municipalities make announcements on what their tax rates are, some have things that are worked into their system, but most of the Metro Vancouver areas, they talk about what their corporate increase is. They don't talk about their utility increases because those are separate business or separate lines of business that, yes, they directly impact residences, but that media number that you're getting is really what the impact is across the organization that all residents pay into. And as Councillor Schiller so articulately pointed out, that not everyone is on sewer and not everyone's on water and not everyone receives recycling, and therefore you don't have that consistency across the board. And in those municipalities that are fully built out, like the newest Minsters as an example, that's why they run utilities where you've got everyone that's paying in, but you've got a separate business that runs those things. So to Ms. Crabtree's comments, we'll make sure that as you move forward with those deliberations and as we make those communication pieces out to the public, that they're aware that, you know, the overall corporate rate is this and the user fee model and those increases will be X. And so what you'll see as we go through the 5-year financial plan over the next between now and May 15th, when it needs to be in Victoria, approved by this council, the ability for them to have a line of sight on what that directly means for taxpayers. And with that, I'll turn it back to yourself. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any questions for Mr. Hartman on his piece? Okay, we're going to move on to 3.5. Council deliberations on financial overview report, recommendations and incremental requests.
So I've just got a couple of quick slides that might help highlight what is in the overview report with ways of recommendations. All of those items are summarized here, with the next tier being these items. So I'll leave it for your discussion, but those are some pieces that are up and available if you're.
Okay, can we go back to recommendations? Okay. So for the purposes of our next conversation here is hopefully by the end of our session today is we want to be able to signal and send back to staff saying, yes, we're good with option A, B, C, whatever those might be. But here's a chance to start to have conversations about what we've heard and what we're prepared to I guess, approve in that sense. So having said that, I will open up the floor to comments, questions with the speakers list. Councillor Carreras.
Quick question with relation to tier 3. So I'm good with tier 1, tier 2. Tier 3 is where I'm struggling a bit. I struggle to accept the entire tier, but there are pieces within the tier that I think are important to our community. And I'm just curious about our ability to carve out pieces in tier 3.
Mr. Hartman.
Thank you, Worship. So that's exactly what we're looking for today from council. Is you've got a recommendation in front of you from tier 2 and tier 3. If council wishes to pull out some components, staff on the fly will then start adjusting that 5.65 to give you a line of sight on where we end up landing. What I need and what Mr. Thompson needs by the end of the conversation, hopefully today, is direction so that he can start working on building the bylaw that will come back to council for first reading and all the way to 4th reading by the 15th of May. Plus the public engagement processes that we'll go through at the end of the discussion today if we land there. So to Councillor Carras's point, yes, if council wishes to acknowledge were they comfortable at tier 2 and then work their way through an a la carte at tier 3, staff are prepared on the fly to start making those changes and provide you the updated numbers.
Thank you. Was that all you had, Councillor Carreras?
Yeah, I just wanted to see where we are in tier 3. I mean, I guess to start us. My starting comments are, it's a tough year for everyone. It's a tough year for many people in our province and in our community, and many families are really struggling with inflation and costs, and just the cost of living is expensive. But the other challenges as a community, we've really, I think, in many ways neglected moving our community forward, and we are going to have to make some very, very difficult choices going forward so that we create a community that people want to be a part of and want to live in. So I think we have some difficult challenges and discussions today around how do we find the right rate that reflects the struggles that families are having, but also understanding that our community has to evolve and move forward to create a community that the people want to live in. So, I mean, I think that tier 1 and tier 2, I mean, there may be a couple of things in tier 2, but tier 3 is where I'm really struggling the most to accept the entire tier.
Before we move on, I'm just wondering if there's an opportunity to come to consensus on tier 1 and tier 2 before we tackle tier 3. So why don't we take an approach like that? So so tier 1, so the base tier is what it is. Tier 1 is 3.77. Do we have a list of what's in tier 1? Just so that we can see for ourselves, and go ahead.
Thank you. So I can either bring it up on the slide or I can point you to the page number, whichever you prefer on the slide. Very good. I'll just back up into CK's presentation here. They are. So there's the one time and then the base changes, which included staffing and the associated funding sources.
So this is tier 1? No,
Thank you.
There it is. Okay, so take a moment, look it over, and let's see if we have any questions on tier 1. Councillor Schiller. Okay, Councillor Carreras.
My microphone is sticky these days. I'm fine with tier 1. I actually really appreciate there's a lot of frontline pieces to tier 1, which I think are integral for us with supporting the community and moving some of our business pieces forward, in particular the cashier clerk. And a couple of these are mandated by the province. So there's really, as far as I see, the one I did have some questions on with tier 1 was just and staff might be able to give me more information on is the security services funding, and it's tracking incident files and their geographic concentration on a heat map. I'm just curious about the priority of this one being in 1 instead of 3.
Through the chair to Councillor Carreras. This is the security services funding is complementing the existing tiered and coordinated support of security services in relation to the community safety initiative and in support of organizational security. So when they talk about the heat map, they're talking about the incidents, where they occur, and how they have the ability to send security to the appropriate places in order to respond. And so it really is part of the layered security approach that we have between security guards, community safety officers, bylaws officers, and RCMP. And the number of shifts and the mobile guards that are supporting our community in that regard need a bit more, we need a bit more resources and shifts in the Albion Community Center and some of the operations center in order to respond to the places where most of the incidents are occurring.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Schiller? Or no?
No, actually, if we're going to take this approach, I don't have any comments or questions
Okay.
at this time.
All right. Any other comments on tier 1? Sounds like we have a general consensus on tier 1 is good. Yes, I'm looking at mostly heads nodding. Now's the time to say it or not. Okay, seeing no debate against tier 1, we're going to move on to tier 2. Okay, any comments or questions on tier 2? Seeing none, I will take it that as a general consensus, that tier 2 is okay. Okay, and we're going to move on to our favorite one, tier 3. So now that we know that tier 1 and 2 is good, that's a good signal that we send to staff that so far we're on track. So now we open the floor to tier 3, Councillor Schiller.
Thank you, Mayor Remy. And I want to just take this opportunity to thank staff for all the work that they have done to get us to this point where we can make decisions. And as somebody who hasn't been through this process before and didn't understand, exactly how it would all work, I can just only imagine the time and effort it took to lay this out for us quite clearly. And then it becomes our job to make the choice, but I really appreciate your work on that. I like this approach that we've taken. I know that we need to invest in our community to move forward with a lot of the projects that we've identified and that we know will benefit the community. We also need to be cognizant of the very real pressures that all residents are facing at this particular time. That lends me to kind of want to strike a balance, and that's why tier 2 is sort of what I lean towards. The piece from tier 3 that I'd like us to talk about and consider is the addition of the RCMP constables. Just from what I heard, there is a need there, and that was really just demonstrated to me just through the numbers of how many officers we have in regards to our population. And that certainly is something that I would like to support, that particular request.
To support taking that out?
To support approving that particular piece of tier 3. That would be the one piece for me that I would be very supportive of.
I'm a little confused. Are you saying that you're supporting all of tier 3 or removing RCMP and supporting the rest?
I am saying that I am supportive of tier 2 with the single addition of the RCMP constables from tier 3.
Okay, so on tier 3, just so for clarification, in your words, you would just support the RCMP constables on tier 3 and then have conversations about removing everything else, correct?
Yes.
Okay, good.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Duick.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm kind of along the same lines as Councillor Schiller. One of the challenges here is all of these are it's not that when you pick one over others, it makes it very difficult, but we're also going through a lot of master plans. We're going through a lot of changes in departments and hiring. And so it's like, it's not something that we should lose track of. We need to stay focused on it, but I think it'll become very apparent, some of these positions, after we finish some of the master plans. As far as the RCMP goes, for sure there, it's something that we've sort of put off because of the relationship with Pitt Meadows wanting to have their own detachment. So I'm wondering maybe staff could just take the RCMP piece away and advise us what would it look like if we added one this year and then the second the following year versus the 2 and the 1. Obviously I can do my math very quickly. It would be like 0.17. But my point is give us some options to look at, maybe talk to Superintendent Mihat as well and get her feedback on it. But so just, I am on the same page, remove it and have staff come back with those 2 options, adding it to tier 2. Because we really don't have the full impact of what it's going to be. We did hear, I think 23, we will lose 23 constables. So I think I need a little bit more information before I can finally say, yes, add the 2 right now, because it is in tier 3. So I heard a couple of different things from Ms. Mihat on it. So I need a little more information.
Mr. Hartman.
Thank you, Worship. With respect to the RCP constables, part of this deintegration is going to change the game for the structure and the function of the soon-to-be Maple Ridge RCMP. What Superintendent Mihot was describing to council on Monday was the need to just keep up with the pace of growth within the community. So the additional 2 bodies is what we normally would add in, as council is aware, and definitely Councillor Youssef and Councillor Duick are aware of the pause that was put onto the RCMP to redirect additional resources to help create the CSSI and fund the CSO program. And as a result of that, it's slowed down the addition of some of those additional officers. So what Superintendent Mihot is looking for is 2 additional officers in addition to upcoming information about deintegration. So I want to make it very clear to all of you that adding 2 more officers now, you're still going to have to compensate for the 23 officers that we're losing in 2025 when we deintegrate to Pitt Meadows. So there's going to be a much bigger, more robust, and much more financially difficult conversation coming your way, probably next year, if not by in 2025, with respect to how the form and function of the Maple Ridge RCMP is going to operate. And so I don't think that if council wants to fund 1 position or 2 positions, I don't want to get you too far into the weeds on this, but the request for 2 is just to keep up with the extended growth. We'll be able to compensate for that as we go through the deintegration piece. And it might, instead of kicking a can down the road, you might be able to deal with that one now. But we know that we're going to need additional officers, far more than 2 and 1 and 2 and 1 and 2 and 1, which has been the original strategy.
Okay, thank you. That's helpful.
Thank you. And I think if you can confirm this, because once we go through deintegration, I don't think it's going to be a simple matter of saying, hey, let's hire 2 new RCMP officers. It's pretty difficult to get folks to in this labor market across the board. So from my perspective, I worry that if we postpone everything to later on, we might actually put ourselves in a bigger deficit when it comes to the bodies of RCMP and so on and services. Also keeping in mind next year is 150 celebrations and summer games. We want to make sure that we're also covering ourselves, that we have enough folks that are there doing their bit. So that's my 2 cents on the RCMP. Councillor Doze. Oh,
thank you very much, Your Worship. I would like to get some quick additional information as far as Tier 3 is concerned. First of all, I suppose we are talking about 2023 numbers when we are talking about 5.65. It is for 2023. Am I right?
Yes.
Okay. So if my next question will be Tier 3. Are there anything there that we can move to 2024 to give us a little bit of a balance, assuming that in 2024, we are not going to run into trouble with other things? So that it's just a matter of shifting certain expenditure to the next year so that we can comfortably navigate this year. I'm asking that question because, well, you that run the operations knows whether what I'm thinking is suitable to what you're doing. But I think that if we are having a problem, as a matter of fact, to be honest to you, I've looked at all the numbers that was presented. I think it is not unreasonable in any way or form. But the fact is that we know that citizens are in trouble, including myself. I find it very difficult to pay all the taxes that are coming my way. And we cannot be oblivious of the fact that there are people out there that are suffering. So in making those decisions, we want to make sure that we kind of propose something that makes sense, that will not unnecessarily aggravate the sufferings of the masses out there. So for that reason, I'm thinking that if there are things that we could move from 2023 to 2024 without necessarily putting ourselves in a very difficult position in 2024. I know that you guys are crunching numbers. I'm asking, is there any way we could do that to ameliorate the sufferings of the people for 2023, especially now that we are starting? But I will say this, by the way, this is our first year here. If we are going to make any difficult decisions, I would strongly recommend that we make it now. As bad as it is, we make that decision today, knowing that we have about 2 or 3 more years to make up for it. So rather than put it off badly for next year or 2 years or so down the line, I would strongly recommend that if it is bad, such a bad decision or difficult decision, not bad, sorry, I take the word bad back, difficult decisions, we make them now and give ourselves that leeway to be able to make it up in the next 2 or 3 years. So given the numbers that you guys can give to us, that will help me to say yes or no to some of these things, especially in tier 3.
So let me just, I want to preface that because we can certainly pull things out. That's up to council to do. We can make those decisions. But I want to bring you back to what our mandate is. We came in as a council, we've directed to staff that we want to have big, bold actions. We want to do big things. The question then becomes, will we handcuff the corporation because we want to save a little bit here, a little bit there? That's the challenge that we face. We can cut for sure. But will we be able to move forward the way that we said we were, to be bold and take big action? So there's a trade-off with everything that we do. And I just want you to keep that at the back of your mind, okay? Councillor Carreras.
Thank you. So in tier 3, there's just a couple of other ones. The RCMP one, I'm fine. I think it's needed. I don't think there's been any increases since 2018, I think is what I heard. So, and the couple of other ones that I'm really struggling with is one of them I would have a tough time cutting, and that would be, where is it? It's easier if I look here because I got all my descriptions. Sorry. It's under Parks and Recreation. It's a neighborhood engagement program. I think one of our key planks in our strategic plan is bringing that pride and enjoyment and engagement with the community, and going out into the community, in particular, a community coming out of COVID, bringing people together again and celebrating and just enjoying, I think is a good thing, especially when we look at mental health of the community. A healthy, well community is another plank of our strategic plan. And, mental health is suffering coming out of COVID. And I think neighborhood engagement programs and going out and talking to residents and celebrating those unique identities is a key plank. And I would have a tough time removing that one. The other one is I have a question around is the bylaw officers. Nobody loves bylaw officers, but seeing some of the challenges that we're having within the RCMP, do the additional bylaw officers, or even if we cut it down to one bylaw officer, does that take pressure off of the RCMP, or what can you talk about sort of the priority of the 2 bylaw officers? Because it looks like we're getting an increase of complaints in the community.
Mr. Hartman.
Thank you, Worship. With respect to the 2 bylaw compliance officers, they work it'll be a 2-person shift with work safe requirements. And so the pressure that we're feeling is in our park areas during peak use times, where there are a variety of park users. We don't have enough enforcement, and we don't necessarily can rely on the call response of RCMP because they're busy doing RCMP policing duties. So with the increases we saw coming out of COVID with people into our public open spaces, both Mr. LeBon's team and Ms. Carter's team got together and said, look, there's an ability for us here to unite with under bylaws and allow them to have more physical patrols, almost like a park ambassador program during the spring, summer, and fall time. And then there's a significant amount of other duties for the late fall, winter, early springtime. So from an enforcement perspective, what you're going to see is the RCMP, if you signal to them that you're willing to fund additional officers, they don't arrive tomorrow. We serve notice, they go through the recruitment, they find them and they bring them in. And that could take up to 18 months, but we need to signal that that's what we're doing now. From the bylaw officers, the minute that you say go, Ms. Carter and Mr. LeBon will be posting and hiring and bringing in 2 additional bodies, and they will be here by spring or June, July almost. So from a park planning perspective, from an operational perspective, addressing Councillor Dozie's earlier comments around kicking the can down the road too long, those are two areas of operations that council should really seriously consider if you're looking to have a positive impact on the infrastructure and the assets of the corporation, as well as the public safety components.
Thank you. So, I'm good with the RCMP, the bylaws, and the community engagement pieces. The one I would love to be able to keep, but I can appreciate having to make some tough choices, would be the other Parks, Recreation, and Culture one, which is skilled trades, gardener, and seasonal laborers. Again, one of our priorities and strategic plans as council is revitalization of the downtown core. And this speaks exactly to the revitalization of the downtown core and bringing people downtown, which also stimulates our economic activity. And some of these are seasonal laborers, correct? Seasonal, which quite often are really great jobs for students in their off season. So it also helps support our youth in the community. So that's the one I would love to be able to include, but thank you.
Thank you. I don't see a green card. Councillor Dozie.
I'm sorry. Thank you very much, sir. Actually, just for clarity, where I was going with my suggestion is the fact that I'm aware that some of those big projects we are contemplating will take at least 1 to 2 years to finish with the design stage. In other words, the cost is already loaded up front. It's not really time for implementation where you will require many bodies on site. Say, for example, you're hiring engineers or project managers and the rest of them. You may not need them right away for the first 1 or 2 years. Not that they are not important, don't get me wrong, they are, but we're now trying to make difficult decisions here, to make sure we get everything done. So my point is, those big projects that we are contemplating will take a minimum of 2 years to finish with the design, to get to actually putting shovel on the ground. So for me, that's why I was asking about the possibility of moving some of them, like Councillor Carreras has said. We have to look at those ones that we need as a matter of necessity and urgency now, and look at them possibly to engage right away. But for those ones that we can postpone a little bit, because like I said, I'm in for those big projects we want. And I do know, quite honestly, that you can't eat an omelette without breaking an egg. And this is why I'm saying that if it means going into it head on this time around and go out to explain this 5.65, I'm willing and ready to do it. The worst that will happen is that people are not going to be happy with us for now, but some years down the road, when they see the outputs and the things that we have put in place, I'm sure a lot of them will change their mind. So it is just a matter of biting the bullet as it is this time around. And I agree that it is difficult for everybody, but if it is something we can move around to balance it, that is where I'm coming from. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you. So in keeping in line with where we need to be by the end of this conversation is being able to say, we agree, or take this out, take that out. So I think the next question then to Mr. Hartman is, because in responding to your question, really, we have 3 positions here: continuous improvement, business analyst, financial analyst, project manager. I think we have some consensus on RCMP and the bylaws so far. Don't know. But the question then becomes, those 3 positions, how do they fit into the corporation and how do they help deliver on council's goals? Okay, Ms. Crabtree then.
I'll stand up this time. So these 3 positions are really fundamental to the digital transformation piece. They're fundamental to updating our financials, our human resources, HRIS system, and also in relation to payroll. And where we find a number of inefficiencies throughout the organization is we have a tremendous amount of manual processes. We have staff that are absolutely at capacity. And in order for them to do things like managing our assets, it's one person, 6 months. We have a limited line of sight on our financials with our senior leadership team. It takes time to pull reports together to give people the information that they need. So those three positions are really tied together in replacing and putting in an enterprise management solution that will allow the organization to take a leap forward in that regard. So
to paraphrase, this is what's going to modernize the city of Maple Ridge?
this will heavily modernize in technology, automation, eliminating duplicate data entry. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you, Barry. So in the light of the additional information I got, it looks like we can't do anything without what this is the minimum they need to get it done. And it's difficult to sell this, but I will say I'll support it. Thank you.
Councillor Tan.
Thank you, Mayor Remy. And thank you to all my colleagues for the comments. I'm thinking, so the two pieces I'm thinking about. The one piece is thinking about the guy I talked to recently when I went to a McDonald's drive-through, and he told me that he starts work at 7 a.m. and he gets off at 11 p.m. and then he gets right back at it. And then I'm thinking about what he would say to me. Yeah, what the look he would give to me if I told him this general property tax increase was 5.65%. That's as compared to whatever other options. The other thing I'm thinking about is that when we talked about when all of us knocked on doors and when we sat down into strategic planning, we talked about seriously leaving and changing this town for the better. That we're making serious investments in this place, in this city. Not town, in the city for the better. And those require fundamental investments. You know, as I look at these and I think about like teasing and pulling apart pieces, because I am sitting in this position, when I look across, I see our esteemed director of engineering operations. And I'm super, super glad that he doesn't have to come down here and tell us which material to use in his water main, because I don't feel like I have the technical expertise to make the decision. The reason why I say this is when I look at the portions that are a little more on the table, that seem to be a little more here on the table here for discussion, like the enterprise system enhancement positions that Ms. Crabtree talked about. Continuous improvement business analyst is not something I can sell very well to any taxpayer, but I know that is fundamentally crucial, and I'm just going to have to trust staff on this. And I think that in this point we do have to trust staff, because I'm not sitting there here saying what is that person responsible for delivering? What is that financial analyst responsible for this? For delivering what I'm here, but I think we all know where we want to go. And to say that, well, maybe we'll take the project manager, but we won't take the financial analyst, you know, to me seems like a call that I think would be an operational call that would be, I'm given where we want to go as a corporation. I'm not sure if I would make that call, try and make that call. I absolutely think that where do we want to go as the city? We want this city to be strong. We want the city to be a leader. We want it to be an innovation hub. We need it to be a leader in this province. Is pulling apart pieces here and there, picking a position up here and there, is that where we want to go? Is that going to help us get where we want to go? And I really think hard about the people who looked at me and said, this place is expensive. Can you make this place any more affordable for me? And I think about, can we put off these investments for next time? And when I look at this page of this report here that says that next year I'll anticipate a property tax increase is about 4.2, and I understand that space. And it's just so all the subsequent years are higher during our term. I think about my colleague's question there. Can we put off these investments for later? Is it wise now? Because this is a really tough time right now. It's a really tough time for people. I get that. It's a really tough time for us. And I think next year, we have next year's problems to pay for. We have all this climate action that we want to pay for. We have all these sidewalks that we want to pay for. Does it make sense to put off? If we put off tomorrow's problems, today's problems with tomorrow, then tomorrow we get a bigger sticker shock. So, and when I look at, I know it's not about comparisons across the region, but let's be real that folks are going to compare. So when I sit here and I think, where is Maple Ridge at 5.65 with tier 3? And I look at what other municipalities are coming in at. We are not. It is a difficult time financially for so many of us right now. It's very challenging, and it is not the highest property tax increase in this municipality. In fact, it does not, in this region, in fact, it does not come anywhere close. So I would be very careful. So when I look at one municipality A is not equal to municipality B, but when I look at the context that we sit in, I think of 5.65%. I think the property tax increase with us in front of us with tax rate is a reasonable tax increase given the financial situation that we are in, given the financial situation that the region is in. So when I look at these pieces here, gardener and supporting least union laborers for maintenance in the Downs core, that like my colleague said, absolutely contribute to a strategic plan of beautifying our Downs core, revitalizing it, and then bringing in more economic development indirectly. When I think about the enhancements to our foundational digitization of our backbone structure, I think, is this stuff that I want to put off for next time? And the answer is no. So I'm very happy to support Tier 3.
Thank you. Councillor Youssef.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I took pause to really collect my thoughts and formulate what I was going to say and how it feeds into my personal philosophy, my platform that I ran on, and what information has been presented to us over the last 2-3 days. I'll start off by thanking staff first and foremost for the monumental amount of work that went into this. Not only that on the back end, but also the very logical, reasonable layout that the material was presented in and the streamlined process that we've undergone over the last 2 days of business planning. And most importantly, I'd like to thank staff for the change in philosophy that's being exhibited with what we're seeing today. As a father of 3 living in this community, experiencing the same rise in costs and inflation as everyone in the community and elsewhere, and the rise of cost of everything, I take consideration of the fact that not only are other municipalities that have announced their tax increase are in the double digits, but also in the fact that I have personally voted for 3 out of the last 4 years of the previous term against the budget because of the increases and being cognizant and being fiscally responsible and in some cases even conservative. However, what I'm seeing today and the presentation that we've seen and the layout the format that it came out in, this is a budget that I can support with Tier 3, not only because of the reasons that were mentioned around the table of how we want to get things done today for our community, how we want to be a leader, how we have our 150th anniversary coming up next year, as well as the BC Summer Games that we'll be hosting. There are a lot of synergies that are coming into place for us to be able to stand behind staff's proposal in this case. And most importantly, again, I go back and commend staff in laying it out as I have inquired previously. What am I getting for my money? What am I getting for the tax increase? This tells me what I'm getting for my tax increase and tells me where it's going and how it's going to be spent. With that, I have the comfort of being able to look at it and say, yes, these are things that are vitally needed in our community. There was mention of a deficit earlier. We're in an extreme deficit, not when it comes to finances, but when it comes to services, when it comes to infrastructure, when it comes to our parks and our leisure facilities. We're in a huge deficit when it comes to our staffing as well. Seeing all this, as someone who's voted against a budget previously that was, I believe, Mr. Thompson, 3.5% increase, and I raised my red card. I'm not changing my stripes, but the information that's being presented to me and the way it's being presented and how, most importantly, as I mentioned, the change in philosophy and our, not only our financial philosophy, but in our approach to where we want to go with the city, allows me today to say that I would be supportive of Tier 3 as is moving forward so we can get things done for Maple Ridge. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. Any further comments, questions? Councillor Duick.
I guess I'm struggling a little bit because I thought I heard throughout this whole process, staff were recommending tier 1 and 2. And tier 3 was for us to discuss. And so I didn't hear the passion that tier 3 is an absolute must. And that's why it's not that I can't support it. For me, whether it's 4.9 or 5.65, it's relatively close number. I guess I'm just, as somebody that has always supported the budget, always, I've never voted against any budget. And my rationale for that is if you can't delay putting off to the future. So I've always supported every budget that staff has proposed in my entire political career. So I guess my struggle was I wasn't hearing the passion about tier 3. I was hearing the base and tier 1, 2, council should seriously think about that. Tier 3 was we could park it to next year perhaps. So please help me so that I can support tier 3. But that's not what I was hearing.
So I'll give you my 2 cents on that. Again, I think staff have just tried to separate that. If our council was signaling that we want to have a low tax increase, here's the bare bones of what we need, right? I believe that tier 3 is their way of saying that if we're going to get the stuff done that you need us to do, here's the other piece of that puzzle. Now, it's hard to say, well, passion, because it is a touchy subject when people are talking about increases to folks. So when I look at this, what I come back to is when I sit down with the CAO and I say, we want to see all these things. What do you need to get that done? And in my opinion, that's what tier 3 is. It's the difference between bare bones, or if you really want us to get moving and create bold visions and plans, here's a piece that we need. Now, whether they presented that with passion, I am not going to speak to that, but I look at my conversations and what I see and hear. I've spoken with Superintendent Mehat on numerous occasions. I believe that it's time that we do bring in some more officers for many reasons. The bylaw, I mean, we all see our comments that are coming through our emails. I think there's some challenges there, and especially if we go into next year with what we have planned. So I'm okay with that. I can't speak to continuous improvement, business analyst, financial analyst, project manager, because I'm not the CAO. I'm not the one who's actually running the corporation. So again, I'm going to support tier 3 because I think this is one of the things that we need to do to move the agenda forward. I will let Mr. Hartman jump in.
Yeah, I would like to hear from the CAO, which is why I asked the question. Then I have something further to add.
Yeah, no, were you going to?
Sure. Thank you, Worship. So this is it's a bit of a nebulous exercise because we're an 800 person corporation. We go through our functions and we all the GMs sit with their respective sections and business units, and they bring forward their operational requirements and ultimately their wish list. And I can attest, having been at the top of the pyramid, that your tax rate when we started this process internally was significantly higher than where you're at today. It was well into the double digits. And so what we then do as far as process is we take those priorities coming from our operational front lines, and as we go through and align these to council's strategic plan. And that was the philosophy behind not doing our budget first, as some municipalities have done, until we had somewhat of a clear line of sight on where your strategic priorities were landing. As a result of that, our group, our director group, our senior manager group, and our GM groups sat together at different times and worked through how do we bundle these pieces up, because we have no idea politically where you're comfortable with respect to tax rates. So this is why we took a slightly different approach this time. Here's 3 tiers. Here's the base. This is what, from a very baseline number, what we need to keep the lights on. And that's your base level. Tier 1 is if you really want to keep the tax as low as you possibly can, then there's a couple part-time to full-time type positions and it has a minimal impact, and that's tier 1. Tier 2 is if you want to start moving in your direction of your strategic plan, these are some of the things that we want to be able to do. However, tier 3 from staff Senate is if you're looking to be able to hit rubber to road, and this is where I think that as I've tried my best to quell the passion at the staff level, because it's not our job necessarily, in my perspective, to lobby council for what we need. It's to come out and say, look, if this is where this aligns with your strategic priorities, this is what we need as an organization to move forward. And so that's where tier 3 came in, is the opportunity for council to say, yeah, you know what, we want to make some action to get some things on the ground. Tier 3 is there. There is a laundry list, and to Councillor Dozie's earlier comment, there's a shopping list of items that did not make it into this budget that will come back. Some of them will come back at a significant budget number or significant budget discussion next year as we start loading these master plans in. And so what I want council to be mindful of is, yes, what you don't approve today most likely will resurface in another shape or form down the road, because in order for us as senior staff to start moving you towards your priorities and achieving those objectives that you've collectively set as a group, these are some of the foundational pieces we need to put forward. And so when we were going through our internal discussions, we had no line of sight on whether you wanted as close to 0 or as close to 20. And so where we landed was somewhere not even in the middle, to be honest, because we're at 5.6. We're a far cry from some of our municipal colleagues in Metro that are, north of 10. So this is where, from a staff's perspective, I'm mindful that I'm not a politician, I'm a bureaucrat, but in order to start achieving what you want to achieve, these are some of those fundamentals that are there. And so we've done our best to hold back the passion to lobby council, because that's not the name of the game. It's to say, these are the fundamental pieces that you need to do. I'm already starting to load in. We've had conversations around what is coming to you in 2024, which is why we're going to have that conversation late October, early November, to give you a clear line of sight, because that's where your master plans are going to come to a head. These tiers 1, 2, and 3 start to lay the foundation for your success in year 24, 25, and 26. I hope that addresses your question, Councillor Cook.
It does. I think for me, I guess, because this is a new format, I prefer that the resolution would have said, and staff is recommending all of this, because that's what's happened in the past. And then the council can say, well, I can't live with this. So I think that's the difference for me. I didn't look at it in the same way that I have in the past, because even when you look at these resolutions, if you go back to the beginning resolution.
Can we go back to the beginning resolution, please?
It goes and further, but why isn't it all in, and staff recommend tier 1, 2, and 3? Like, that's where I'm going. So I appreciate that it's not your role to bring the passion, but it is staff's role to convince me as the elected official that all of these positions and all of these tiers are critical to ensuring your strategic plan and your focus. And to be bold, it's critical we have all of these. So that's why. Now that I'm hearing that, I have no problem with tier 3. I have no problem with it, but it didn't come across that way to me. So I'm just
No, that's good.
being honest about it, that, I would much prefer staff say that the financial plan as presented, including all the tiers, be forwarded for council consideration. And I'd be going A.
So can we go back to because this is just tier 2. Where was is this the actual resolution? Yep, go back to the other page. Nope. Yeah, no, that's where I want to go back to. Go back. There, this one. So I do appreciate what you're saying, because nowhere does it say recommendation of it doesn't say anything about tier 3 actually. Sorry. Okay. We're good. Okay, Councillor Doze.
Thank you very much again, Your Worship. It looks like I'm beginning to talk too much in this chambers, and
no, you're good.
I want to tell myself that very soon it will be time for me to shut up. But I must be honest to you, Your Worship, just in response to my colleague who is talking about passion. I agree with her that the drafting of this proposal or motion, as it were, may have left tier 3. But I have heard time and time again, and even this afternoon, or just a few minutes ago, when the General Manager, Corporate Services, spoke to us here, she did explain to me exactly when I was talking about things that could be postponed or something like that. And she was saying that something as simple as getting some quick financial information that is required for decision making is not easily available to them. If you watch me in these chambers, I'd always kept my cool, listening, trying to understand where everything is going before I begin to say stuff. One of the things I need in making decisions from day to day is information. And if that information is not available, it affects the quality of decision you make. I have changed my mind in this forum at least 2 or 3 times this week because of the available information. If I say, yes, I agree with this, and then you give me additional information that I was not privy to when I made that decision, I'm the first person that will change my mind and said, based on the additional information I got, I'm not standing with this, I'm going to this. And what I'm saying is that staff may have been not very accurate in presenting it the way we want to see passion. But I see that passion because I have had conversations with a few of them who told me that this our system, this area is obsolete almost, especially when it comes to finance. And some people I know in these chambers, we've asked some questions like, how much do we have here? And someone will tell you, I will get it for you in God knows how many weeks. I want to be able to say, how much do we have on so account? Somebody can even punch the computer here and tell me exactly what it is. Then I will make a decision. In that, I see passion. I want to say that when we went out to talk to people during our campaign, we made commitment to the people of Maple Ridge that the dilapidated nature of our infrastructure has to be addressed. I've spoken with the CAO here, who said to me that things he saw in Maple Ridge some 20 or 25 years ago when he was growing up here, he came back and those things are still being talked about. I've spoken to the, what's his name? General Manager, Arts, Recreation and Culture, who said that they have been taping our Hammond, what do you call it, pools, to the extent that some of them are kept shut down. And what am I driving? The state of our infrastructure facility in Maple Ridge is, to say the least, less than required. And we made a commitment during our electioneering campaign to the people that if you elect us, we are going to address these issues. I keep saying it and I will repeat it here, that you cannot eat an omelette without breaking an egg. Let's sell this to the people. And my recommendation is that I'm pleading with my colleagues here. Let us not belabor this matter because we have the need to get this done. We are approaching 2024 when we'll be hosting the games. And in 2025, we will be 100 years old. Is it 100 or 125?
150.
150, sorry.
In 2024. Next year.
You see, so we have all these things coming and we need to start doing something today. I know it's difficult. My other recommendation on this will be that, if possible, I want us to look for a public relations consultant that will address us and help us to sell this budget if it is going to be difficult. But I think I'm asking each and every one of us here to please support this particular budget the way it is. Tier 3 must go in if we must achieve our objective. They will call us bad names today, but if by the grace of God we are able to deliver on what we promised in the next 2 or 3 years, they will say, you know what, these people are visionary. And for those of us who even think about going again to talk to the people, come whatever year it is, you will have something to stand on to do that. On this note, I will once again plead and ask each and every one of us to please support this budget, because I see in it something positive and something that is good for the entire people of Maple Ridge. Again, it is difficult time we have, but if we can achieve this, our life will all be better. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you. I want to just make an additional point here. I think it's important to recognize that being a new council and staff sitting in on our strategic planning, listening to all the big, wonderful ideas and bold ideas that we want to do, for staff to come up with a business planning document that, for the most part, have been straightforward, right to the point. Here's what it is. I recognize that in past, and this is what I do appreciate from the approach that we're taking here, is rather than coming to us with a budget of 10% and then us going around, well, okay, what are we going to weed out? What are we going to do this? That's already been done. And this, where we are today, I real kudos to the whole team for being able to weed part of that down for us. And when I look at this last slide, and that's why I wanted to have it up there, is so you have the recommendation on base tier 1 and tier 2. This is their further recommendation. It just, the way that it says it doesn't stand out to us right away, right? But this is their further revelation to say, if you want to accelerate your investment opportunities in key priority areas, you need to look at this. And that's the way that I look at it. But we're all still learning. Next year's budget, which comes in November, is going to be a little bit different. But that comes with getting to know each other. And I think the most important part of where we are today is to make sure that everybody around this table has the opportunity to speak their mind. And, just this is your opportunity to talk about the budget. If you like it, don't like it, you're not going to hurt anybody's feelings. But that's where we are right now. And, so kudos again to the team for taking this approach and making it a little bit more easier. So having said that, I'm going to stop talking now. Do we have any further, Councillor Carreras?
I'm just wondering if we can do a quick 30-second roundtable. Everybody has one last comment before we vote on it. Quickly, like 30 seconds, because I think this is one of the bigger pieces. Yeah. And again, I'm also noting this isn't the final decision. This is just one big decision in the process. But I think it's helpful if we all have 30 seconds to say why we're voting which way before we do the vote.
It's we will do that. I think it's important. But it's up to each councillor. If they do want to have 30 seconds to say something, it's up to you. If you've already spoken your mind, that's fine as well. Again, we've still got time if we need to hash further on this. There's no reason to rush through in the next half hour. But I want to make sure that when we leave here today, 2 things happen. Staff have a clear idea of where we're going and what they need to do, and that each and every one of us has had the opportunity to say what they have to say. So would you like to start?
Sure. Thank you. I just find it very helpful whenever we do budget, like at school board, that we just did one last round. So I will support the tier 3 piece with the understanding that this basically is just saying, yeah, we're good with this, but it's going out for public consultation. This is not the final decision. And I will reserve my final really comments about the budget and my final decision after we hear back from the public and we do our final deliberations in April, because hearing from the public is really important to me. So thank you.
Thank you. Did you want to jump in, Mr.
I
East?
have nothing further to add, Your Worship. I made my comments clear and concise as can be. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Schiller, any final words?
Thank you. Yeah, sort of along the same lines as Councillor Duick, initially coming into this discussion, I did feel like it was important to not necessarily go for everything. I mean, let's be real, we could do all the things all the times, and you have to make sure that you're really being responsible taxpayers' dollars. And that was my intention with initially not just accepting everything that was put in front of us. And that's not to minimize in any way the list that was put forward, because it obviously all is important. I've listened very carefully to my colleagues. We have some wonderful speakers here who make fabulous arguments, and I am happy to support the Tier 3 budget.
Thank you. Councillor Doze, final words?
Thank you very much, Your Worship. I thought that you were going to allow me to shut up, but you kept calling me out this time.
Time's up, Councillor. No, sorry, go ahead.
Anyways, I just want to say thank you very much for giving me this opportunity also to emphasize my position, in the sense that the staff should update that document, the first document that my colleague Judy pointed out. We need to have it tiers 1, 2, 3, because if this is going to the public, we have to make sure that we are presenting to them something we can always be ready and willing to defend. Having said that, I want to remind each and every one of my colleagues here that if this budget leaves this facility to anywhere for public discussion, we own it. It is our budget. We should be able and willing to stand by each and every one of us to defend that budget. And if we do and get it through, by being able to explain it properly, we will have been able to, again, deliver to the people what we promised them. And I know we can. We have a retinue of brains here in the staff of this corporation that can deliver on anything I can see. So I want to make sure that we give them the appropriate tools they need to get going with this. And again, I will implore each of my colleagues here to please think about in the direction that we want to improve Maple Ridge. We want to change Maple Ridge. That is what the budget is about. That is why I'm voting for it. And I'm asking each and every one of us to please go with me in that direction. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you. Councillor Duick.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So first I want to say thank you to staff for putting all the time and effort into presenting the business plan. I hope my comments were taken the way they were meant to be, is that basically, had we had tier 1, 2, and 3 in that first slide, which is what I would like to see, so that they're not separate, because we need to signal we're all on side. We support staff's recommendations. I think that's important. When you do an and further, it suggests that this isn't as important as 1, 2 and the base. So that's where I was going with that. Certainly appreciate that there would have been lots of discussion about what positions to add or not add, because as the CAO said, there's a lot more we could add. It's just, when do we do that? How do we do that? How is it paid for? When do we do the 240 bridge? When do we go across the Abernathy to 256? How do we pay for it? So there's no shortage of wants and there's no shortage of needs. So it's how can we pay for it and respect that families are struggling right now. So thank you to everyone for your presentations. Really appreciate the effort that went behind this and look forward to the further discussions.
Thank you. And Councillor Tan.
Thank you, Mayor Remy. I want to say thank you to my colleagues for your comments. So a lot of them really educated me, to put Councillor Duick's point about the format and just the procedural operations of how things are presented. Really, like as a new councillor, it really helps me learn the process. And I thank you, my colleagues, about different comments about like having real emphasis on affordability in this budget. And I think that I'm happy that I think this is a budget that we can call fiscally responsible and that sets us up well for the long term. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. I think I've made my points clear. Point of verification through Mr. Hartman. So whatever we decide today, we still have to do some public engagement, and we still have to go through first, second, third, fourth reading. So if something glaringly pops up, we will have the opportunity to make amendments. Mr. Thompson.
Thank you. So the short answer is yes. We have on occasion had to amend the bylaw at the final reading. So based on clear direction that we get from council, we can make those amendments. I guess for instance could be, that when the bylaw comes for first to third reading, if you receive some feedback that sways you on something, or some new information comes to light, we would likely give readings of the bylaw with additional direction that it be amended to include something else. That way we can still meet our statutory deadlines without having to have an additional meeting. If it was a large item that came to us, there's always the option of additional meetings, but I think we can accommodate through the existing schedule.
I like the short answer of yes.
I understood.
Okay, so we have a modified recommendation here that staff bring forward a financial plan bylaw that incorporates the financial implications of the business plan that's recommended in the financial overview report, and further that the financial plan also reflect the financial implications of tier 3 incremental requests as listed in the financial overview report. The resulting 2023 increase to property taxes is 5.65. Okay, can I get a motion to move the recommendation? Moved by Councillor Youssef. Point of order.
I'd like to, thanks, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to, don't know how to do this procedurally. Please help me. That we modify the resolution such that that tier 3 is not a separate point in this resolution, that it is incorporated in, because I think that what we've heard around the table is that that there's not necessarily anything structurally unique about tier 3 that makes it such that it has to be a separate comment or a separate bullet point, is my understanding. And so to ensure that we have clarity in our communication to the public, that there is not an additional item here that it is one package, and that we are adopting the package as a whole. Okay. So I'm not sure. Please help me the wording.
So through the chair, right now we had Councillor Youssef move it. We haven't had a seconder yet. So technically it's not a motion on the floor. So if nobody moves this, then we could have somebody else make a motion.
So that was the point, is that we would move, if somebody wanted to move it and second it, then we can have a discussion about it and make amendments to it if necessary. So we have a mover. Do we have a seconder? Council Doze has seconded. Okay, so now we've got your comments on there. Councillor Duick, did you want to?
Again, why can't we simply say that staff bring forward a financial bylaw that in court, like, why are we separating out tier 3? It suggests that tier 3 isn't as important. And that's what I struggle with.
Yeah, so if we go back to the slide that had base tier 1, tier 2.
Yeah. Had it all.
Slide. Well, because what I'm trying to get to is what Councillor Duick is trying to get to. So if you go back to, go ahead.
Why don't we can either amend it to implications, the financial plan also, or no, hold on. Just leave the top one. We just remove the third one?
Yeah, we don't need to mention.
Except including the last line.
Thank you. I know wordsmithing on the floor, but it does need to include the comment about tier 3. It can be in the same sentence and not say and further, but the recommendations that were listed in the overview report don't include tier 3. So I think explicitly.
So why don't we just amend it to take out and further, or leave and further, and include tier 1, 2, 3. Exactly. So all 3 tiers are in there. So just add 1-3. That's the amendment.
Thank you.
And that's where if we go back to the slide I wanted to go to, where it doesn't have tier 3 at the bottom, we need to include tier 3. And then the recommendation follows suit.
But that is the recommendation that's up there, right? The previous slide isn't the recommendation? I'm just,
But you want them to match. So just do me a favor, go back to that slide.
The very first one.
whatever.
Okay, this slide here needs to include tier 3
Yes.
into there. And if we include tier 3, then the resolution stands as it is. That's the point I'm making.
Okay, so nobody second my amendment and it dies, and then you can make your amendment and then we're good.
I guess we are saying the same thing. It's just a matter of what's meeting.
I'm just confused what actually is the recommendation, because I thought the wording of the last one was the recommendation, so I'm not actually sure what this is.
So if you put in tier 3 here.
Yeah.
Right? The resolution stands. That is the resolution.
So then this previous slide we had is no longer.
Right. The first one was a trying to take a crack at it. Right. But we weren't getting to where we need to go to solve that issue. And I see there's a point of order, but to solve that issue, if we include tier 3 on here, then the resolution stands. Point of order.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just real quick, I believe staff have captured the spirit of where we're going. If maybe Mr. Hlavik Windsor would like a few minutes to wordsmith a resolution that would meet that spirit, and we can stand by and give him that space, I think that would be the most productive use of our time.
So we
Thank you.
we currently have a motion on the floor, though. Not mine, but the original motion's on the floor, so.
And now I'm confused.
Okay. So there was an original motion that was moved and seconded, and then I made an amendment, which isn't seconded, so that amendment's gonna die. But the original motion is still on the floor, so we either need to vote it down or we need to amend it, which was the original language that was up on the slide,
Oh,
which had the end further with the tier 3 in it. That's the one that got moved and seconded. It was moved by Councillor Youssef and seconded by Councillor Doze.
Okay. For some reason, this slide just died.
I think this is a sign.
So technically, we either need to.
We need a break here.
Yeah, through the chair, why don't we take a 5-minute recess and we can work to build the recommendation? Yeah.
is that staff bring forward a financial plan bylaw that incorporates the financial implications of the business plans as recommended in the financial overview report, including base, tier 1, 2, and 3, with a resulting 2023 increase to property taxes of 5.65.
Complete.
It's been moved and seconded, so I will open it up to questions. Councillor Schiller. On the amendment.
I believe this speaks to the amendment. Do we have to say base tier 1, 2, and 3? Like, is that important, or could we just say the report with a resulting 2023 increase to property taxes of 5.65? Like, do we have to have that wording in there? Is my question.
I'm going to pass that back to Councillor Duick because it speaks to some of the reasoning behind Councillor Duick's comments. So I will let Councillor Duick, if you would like to respond to that.
I would suggest we should, because they're all separated in the financial overview report. So I think it's personally better if we state it.
Thank you.
Okay. Did you have your card up? You're ready to. No. What else is going on? Any further comments or questions?
No.
I will call the code. I will call a question. My gosh. On the amended resolution.
On the amendment.
On the amendment.
On the amendment,
Isn't that what I just said? On the amendment, all those in favor of the amendment? It is unanimous. Motion has been adopted.
Amended. And now the main motion.
You know, I could keep you guys here all day long. Right? Okay, so we don't need to get rid of the original one. We're good.
That's right. And now we vote on the main motion as amended.
Isn't that we just did? Okay. I will call the question on the main motion as amended. All those in favor? It is unanimous. Thank you very much. Motion has been passed. Yes, I deserve a round of applause. Okay, so now we will go to another 2 hours of debate. Seeing as how we have no further business, I am calling the day. We are now adjourned. Thank you all.